Welcome to the Fantasy Wildcard Charity Streamathon. I'm your host today, Kev. You can follow me on Twitter at dynasty_go. And with me tonight on quarter 4 of the Streamathon, we've got Matt, who you can follow on Twitter at MattFFDynasty. Good evening, Matt. How are you feeling?
I'm doing good. I'm just about hanging on. I mean, we've made it this far, so we've got to power through and finish strong.
Indeed, it's quarter 4. We're ready to bring it. It's game time. We're on the final stretch. So, looking forward to finishing the stream. We're going to be focusing on the West, the AFC West, the NFC West. I'll hand over to you now, Matt.
So as you've mentioned, we've been doing this streamathon. We're doing a 16-hour streamathon discussing the 32 NFL teams from a dynasty perspective. But we're doing it all for a great cause in mind. Mind is a charity that specialises in providing advice and support to empower anybody that's experiencing mental health problems. The campaign to improve services, raise awareness, and promote the understanding surrounding mental health. I mean, every year, 1 in 4 of us will experience a mental health problem, but hundreds of thousands of people are still struggling with it. So what is it? The Fantasy Wildcard team, we want to help and support this charity. I believe it's extremely relevant. Obviously, we know everything that's been going on globally with the pandemic, and increasing focus on supporting the vulnerable people and to try to facilitate for their mental health struggles. So we would be absolutely delighted if anyone would like to provide donations and support our charity streamathon. I know you just mentioned, Kev, that we've reached this target, which is obviously fantastic. But as I say, any more donations is brilliant, and it's helping a definitely worthy cause. So to do this, please do check out our link tree on our Twitter page at Fantasy Wildcard. And the website can also be seen on the banner at the bottom of the screen, which is www.justgiving.com/fundraising/Fantasy Wildcard. So thank you for your support. So as you mentioned, Kev, we'll kick on with the final part of the streamathon. We've made it to the 4th quarter. We're going to be discussing the NFC West and the Rams and the 49ers, and to discuss these two teams, we've got some fantastic guests on. They're the co-host of the DLF Dynasty podcast. So we'd like to welcome Ryan McDowell. You can follow on Twitter at RyanMC23, and Dan Myler. You can follow on Twitter at DMyler22. How you both doing, guys?
We're doing great. Thanks so much for having us, guys. What a great cause that you've worked so hard for, not only just over these hours that you've been on the air, but preparing for it and all that. It was an excellent idea, and we're thrilled, and myself thrilled to be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having us. And I think we can speak for our fellow co-host, Matt Price, who is enjoying himself in Hawaii right now. I'm sure he's very upset he's not here with us right now.
I know where I'd want to be, and it would not be in this chair. But no, as I say, it's all for a great cause, and we really do appreciate you both coming on and helping us discuss these two teams. So we might as well crack straight on with it, and we'll start with the Rams. Kev, what's your first question?
Yeah, first of all, guys, thank you for joining us. I mean, we've got Dynasty royalty on the show today, haven't you, in YouTube? So very, very blessed to be part of it. But we'll kick off with the Rams QB. Got an upgrade this off-season, moving from Jared Goff to Matt Stafford. So I just want to get your guys' thoughts on the addition of Matt Stafford, how it will affect the offense as a whole from a fantasy perspective. And on Stafford specifically, do you think he can be a QB1 in 2021?
I think it's an obvious upgrade for the entire Rams offense. Jared Goff was looking like a solid prospect there for a while, and just didn't live up to the expectations of that coaching staff and really of fantasy players as well. So I think it's good news for the entire offense, and I think Stafford is going to be able to bounce back. He has been a quarterback one in 6 of his 10 seasons that he was able to play a full season. But he hasn't hit that mark since 2017. So he's had 3 down years in a row. One of those years he did, I believe, only play 10 games. So he, just like the Rams offense, he's looking to bounce back as well. And I think he can do that really just off of pass volume, if nothing else.
Yeah, and the thing that we've always thought when it came to Matt Stafford with his time in Detroit was the lack of weapons, really, the modest weapons, we should say. He had some nice pieces, but outside of Calvin Johnson, really having that dynamic outside threat and somebody to take some of the pressure off of his best weapon never really happened. And Stafford still put up those big numbers until he lost that elite pass catcher on the outside. Now he enters that Rams offense with such a creative play caller that, really excels at getting his receivers open rather than relying on the wide receiver to create that separation. Lots of mesh concepts and quick screens, opportunities to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands and directly into a playmaker's hands. When you mix that along with having those weapons like Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, and now even Deshaun Jackson as a deep threat, and some of those younger guys like Van Jefferson and forgive me, I'm drawing up like Tutu Atwell. On top of having a dynamic young running back in Cam Akers and Higbee as a pass catching tight end, that the weapons alone make you think when added to that creative coaching staff and particularly the head coach and play caller, it really adds up to at least, I think, really a floor of like quarterback 15 right around there. And that's when you consider his age, and in Dynasty, which we all play so much, the value there seems like it's really screaming at you.
Yeah. I'll let you go, Matt, if you want.
I was just going to say that I think with Jared Goff, a lot of people said that his production when he was with the Rams was down to those wide receivers. So now if you're going to talk about Matthew Stafford coming in and having those weapons, I think it's got to be wheels up for Stafford. I personally believe he's a far better quarterback than Jared Goff. So for me, I think, he's a great quarterback to have at that ADP of QB 17. I mean, we're talking about him being your QB 2, and he's arguably going to get into that low end QB1 and at worst a high end QB2. So I think he's an ideal quarterback to have as your quarterback 2 in Superflex leagues.
Yeah, QB 17, it's stealing. I mean, if you're a contending team, he's probably worth even more. I think obviously we've got the track record of him being a QB1. I think it was like 6 times in 7 years. The last few years has been a little bit rough, but that's great for his value right now, his price that's currently in Dynasty. I like the fact that he's got at least 2 years with the Rams, so he's not a lame duck guy that's sat on a 1-year deal. You don't know what's going to happen. And also he's young, he's 33. I know that's all back in comparison to other positions, but at the QB we can see guys performing into the late 30s. So I think getting away from this mindset of that he's got 2 years and then he's done, I think whatever happens in 2 years with the contract, he's going to be a starter if he wants to be a starter. And you never know, it could be a QB1 again. I think it's a 50-50 shot if you're QB1 this season. I think that's right the mark where I think he should be.
Well, you brought up his age, and I do think that's an interesting topic when it comes to Stafford. I think a lot of dynasty players are going to see that age, and even with the move to LA, even with the upgraded weapons, they're going to stay away from investing, thinking, he's near the end. But you're right. I mean, this guy could easily have 5 years left, at least as a NFL starter and a fantasy starter. And we saw Ryan Tannehill last year, and I believe he's just 1 year younger than Stafford. We saw him move into that low-end QB1 range based on value, and certainly his production was there as well. So, I mean, if Ryan Tannehill can do it, I definitely think Stafford can regain that value that he once had.
And I think the investment that the Rams put into him is probably a pretty good indication of what their expectations are. And investing that kind of, not only the contract that comes along with adding him to your roster, but that type of draft collateral, they're clearly thinking of him as the long-term solution, not just a 1 or 2 year stopgap.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting you brought Ryan Tannehill. We've just been discussing the Titans, and I argued I think he is very similar to Tannehill. He's, as I say, that QB2 that you've got that's just going to be rock solid, a real safe quarterback too, and that's what you look for in your quarterback too. But as you mentioned with Stafford, he's got the upside that you'd argue that Tannehill doesn't in that style of offense and what Stafford's got with the Rams. So yeah, he's definitely a guy that I'm targeting as my QB2. And in all honesty, I wouldn't be too upset having him as my QB1 if I faded quarterback in in Superflex leagues. So we'll move on to the running back position then, and we'll talk about Cam Akers. He's becoming quite a popular dynasty asset following that impressive finish in last season, his rookie season. So I'm just interested to know, where does he fit in your dynasty RB rankings, and what do you think his actual ceiling could be in 2021?
It really feels to me that Akers fits right in along the rest of those young running backs that came into the league in last year's class as a dynamic playmaker that can do more than just be a runner between the tackles. He works every part of the football field, and especially as a pass catcher, that's something that he can add to his game that he didn't necessarily do a lot as a running back. So I think it's safe to say that anybody that ranks these running backs has to have them in their top 12 for sure, and probably in their top 10. I currently have him at 8 overall. I think that's where I would slot him in. But you mentioned the upside. I think unlocking that true upside, it really depends on that pass catching role and getting that part of his game influxed into that offense. So if they're able to do that, you could see him having the same kind of impact on the Rams offense that Jonathan Taylor had in Indianapolis when he was catching 2 and 3 and 4 passes a game, especially late in his rookie season. He became one of the top dynasty assets in fantasy. So I think the sky's the limit when it comes to Akers. It's just, is he going to be that kind of player in that offense with Darrell Henderson still around, who for some reason the Rams front office and coaching staff still really like?
Yeah, I agree with Dan. Akers is my RB7 currently, but it almost feels in that entire tier of running backs in Dynasty that the volume is there, right? And it's mostly these players, these rookies from a year ago, and then you could throw in this year's top 2 rookies that are all kind of in that RB 6 to 15 range. And it won't surprise me at all if 1 or 2 of those guys move into that top tier. Maybe they're replacing Alvin Kamara or Dalvin Cook or even Christian McCaffrey in that top tier. I definitely think it could be Akers, and based on my ranking, he would be the one I'm kind of betting on. But honestly, it could be any of those guys just because there's so many of them in that range.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy, because I've got him running back 7 as well. But just looking at his ADP, running back 8 going in round 3, the 301. Imagine if you start with Pat Mahomes and then you're worrying about running back and you manage to grab him at the back of the second, the start of the third. I mean, wow, that is a scary proposition to be starting in drafts like that. And just thinking back to last season with Akers, I had him in a couple of leagues, and before that breakout in week 12 against the 49ers, he got like 9 touches, 14 fantasy points. Mm-hmm. He was getting offers for Akers like mid-seconds and early seconds, and it's just hilarious looking back now because you're probably paying at least multiple firsts to be getting Akers.
Yeah, there was definitely a panic, and I think really what it boils down to is the injury that he suffered early in the season was worse than fantasy players understood, right? I mean, I think we heard it was it a rib injury, I believe? I don't even remember myself at this point, but you think of that like, oh, that's not that bad. Maybe he'll miss a game or whatever. But as you look into that injury more, it was actually a lot more serious than the layman would understand. And so knowing that he missed so much time and that he was basically ineffective for such a long stretch is more understandable. And I don't know if he'll be able to keep up that run that we saw in the playoffs as far as his fantasy production, but that's where the expectations are at this point, honestly.
And they should be, really, Ryan, because there isn't a whole lot else on the depth chart when it comes to running backs. I know they like to mix in those playmaking wide receivers in the running game, but that's not going to take away from Akers' workload. Henderson is a guy they like, clearly, but behind him, they don't have much of anything. A lot of us expected, what if they invest in the position in the draft or even bring in a veteran, which I guess could still happen. It hasn't to this point. So it seems to me that Akers is in line for that full workload that we all covet as dynasty managers.
Yeah, I'm a little like, well, everybody. I've got him as my RB7 in my rankings. But just as you alluded to, I think with Coach Sean McVay, he's a guy that we know he likes to have that workhorse, that lead guy. We've seen it with Todd Gurley, obviously. So yeah, I'm all on board with that. Whether the production is what we're hoping for, I mean, we're hoping it's brilliant, but we at least now I think he's going to get that opportunity, and that's what you crave when you're talking about fantasy football and these running backs. We say it all the time, but it's the opportunity that's what's king in fantasy.
Yeah, I have seen, going back to the Stafford discussion, I've seen it as a negative when discussing both Stafford and Cam Akers that he's the quarterback now based on his history with running backs. But honestly, I just don't think that's a fair discussion. I mean, you look at the Detroit running back position over the years, and I mean, it really feels like they've been cursed, honestly, even when they had some talent. They were dealing with injuries or whatever. So I'm kind of throwing that data out the window. I'm not worried. I don't think it's a negative that Stafford's there. I don't think it's a negative for Akers at all.
And Sean McVay wants to run the football. That's a big part of that offense. They're going to want to show off this shiny weapon that they have and that they kind of unleashed late in the season and into the playoffs last year.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll move on then, and we'll jump into the wide receiver positions, Kev.
Yeah, this is a debate that often comes up in the chat groups, just about which wide receiver you've got in Dynasty for the Rams, whether it be Cooper Kupp at wide receiver 32 or Bobby Woods at wide receiver 24. I just want to know which one of those two guys you fancy in Dynasty at their cost, and do you think there's a shot that any of these guys are wide receiver ones again this season?
With those two guys, honestly, they're so close for me that I'm just taking the cheaper one. And right now, that's Cooper Kupp. Was actually kind of surprised to see that it has been over the past couple of years Kupp that was generally valued higher than his teammate. But we've seen that switch a little bit. Kupp is a couple of years younger as well, and we've seen the slightly higher ceiling from him on the field. He was the wide receiver 4 a couple of years ago. Robert Woods' peak was wide receiver 11 in 2018. Those 2 seasons were the only time either of those guys have produced a wide receiver 1 year. So with them, I don't want to say canceling out, but almost canceling out. With those 2 guys there, plus Higbee, plus Akers, I would be surprised if either reach that wide receiver 1, that top 12 territory again, either from production or value. But I think where they're being drafted right now, they do offer a nice value and an opportunity for a good return on investment.
Right, because they don't really have to be top 12 receivers for us to feel good about their production and what they're doing on the field. I liked how you put that, how they take away from each other a little bit. And, a lot of people may laugh at it, but Deshaun Jackson, as long as he's on the field, and it may be only for half of a game, he's going to take away from a little bit too. So you have to change your expectations, adjust those expectations just a little bit when it comes to Kupp and Woods. Personally, I've preferred Woods throughout the entirety of his career in LA, just because he seems to be a little bit more consistent, and perhaps that's because he gets those couple of rushing attempts in every game, and he seems to get a few more of those short yardage targets that he can turn into one of the longer plays, which produces a little bit of a floor for him. Kupp, on the other hand, it seems like he mixes in some real duds, and that really turns me off from his upside a little bit. It's probably good that Matt isn't here, because he'd be screaming from his high horse about Cooper Kupp and how great he is, because he's one of his big hits.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not super high on Cooper Kupp. It feels to me like Cooper Kupp's a guy that he thrives on that high volume. That's why we always talk about him being a great PPR asset, because of that volume he gets. He tends to thrive with that. But as you mentioned, somebody like Robert Woods, he tends to be more involved in those, having a few rush attempts on top of that receiving work, and that's why he's a guy that I probably target more. But then just looking at the ADPs, wide receiver 32 for Cooper Kupp and 24 for Woods. I mean, both of those guys, as we've mentioned, have shown flashes of being able to be a low-end wide receiver 1. So to get him at that kind of ADP, it feels great, especially when we're going to talk about an upgrade at quarterback as well. And getting Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, I do wonder as well with Stafford now joining the team, and he's a QB that's more likely to throw the ball deep down the field, a lot more than Jared Goff was sort of averse to get pushing it deep. I wonder if that's going to actually make both Kupp and Woods even more valuable if they're getting deeper targets. I know that the low percentage targets, but Matt Stafford's probably a better QB than Goff by quite a long shot.
When you think about the Rams offense, though, and their deep downfield passing game, you don't think about the airing it out down the sideline quite as much as you think about maybe the working the seams in the middle of the field. So, and that's really where you like to see guys like Woods and even Kupp and probably Higbee as well. So it seems to me that McVay, while he will take his shots obviously and does try to get down the field on the edges as well, his biggest plays are a lot of times in the middle of the field with Woods and even with Kupp and, like I mentioned, Higbee. So I don't know if it's going to be the adjustment of the quarterback that likes to push the ball down the field a little bit more on the perimeter, or the adjustment that the quarterback makes to an offense that creates opportunities down in between the hashes. It's going to be interesting to see how that quarterback and coach relationship will work out.
Yeah, absolutely. Kev, have you got anything else to add on that?
No, just over the years, I've not had a ton of either of these guys for whatever reason. So, yeah, I'll take them if they're there, but I'm not really super excited about either.
Nobody's ever excited about Robert Woods, but he always comes through for you.
Yeah.
You know, you can get him cheap and plug him in as your wide receiver 3, pay wide receiver 3 prices and get wide receiver 2 numbers. Seems like every year since he got to LA. Yeah,
it's definitely always a reliable wide receiver to have, and that's why he's a great target later on in your drafts. But we'll move on to another couple of pass-catching weapons. As we just mentioned, with Matthew Stafford coming in, they've then targeted a couple of other guys in the NFL draft, grabbing Tutu Atwell in the second round, and then also Jacob Harris, who they actually got in the fourth round. I'm just interested to know, do you think either of these guys can make an impact right away in 2021, or are there more guys that you'd like to stash in your dynasty rosters?
I don't have high hopes for either of these guys, honestly.
Yes, that's what we needed to hear.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Atwell in the second, and I know he was being mocked there prior to the NFL draft. That kind of became a trendy pick that he could be a second rounder. I mean, some even had him in the late first round of their mock drafts. But then when we got those measurement numbers in, I remember talking with Dan on the phone about this, and Dan said, he's not going to get drafted at all. He's going undrafted. And I was pretty much on board with that. And then we see the Rams use the second rounder on him. And I mean, I'll be honest, guys, I can't say much about Jacob Harris. He was not a player I was too familiar with. But based on that, the fourth round feels like a little bit of a reach. So you look at these two picks and you think they could have gotten these guys or players similar later in the draft. And with the depth of the wide receiver position specifically that we've talked about, and Dan mentioned him earlier, but it doesn't seem like anybody's talking about Deshaun Jackson. I know he's old. I know he's had the injury issues really throughout his career, but if he's on the field, he's playing ahead of Tutu Atwell for sure. And so short term, I definitely don't expect much with these two. And honestly, just with that size, I don't have long-term hopes for him either.
Yeah, it really feels like it's going to take a pile of injuries for these guys to make any kind of impact early in their careers. And even if that happens, I don't know if Atwell has the size to last in the long term. That's what really scares me. I agree with Ryan. The Jacob Harris, that pick was a little bit of a head scratcher. And, it really doesn't seem like, which is odd, the Rams, who have this coaching staff that we all like and that we like to see weapons in, they don't have a strong history of bringing in receivers in the draft outside of Kupp. He's the most recent, and they've swung and missed a handful of times. Another name that you haven't mentioned just yet, another second-round receiver, but from a year ago, is Van Jefferson, who's now buried even farther, and we're not sure what this means about his upside. He's a route runner and an intermediate option. He seems to be now on the outside looking in, perhaps even. So, or at least buried down that depth chart to where he can't make a jump in year 2. So outside of Woods and Kupp and And I guess Jackson, if he's healthy, and maybe you can sprinkle in a little Tyler Higbee in your fantasy lineup, we're not going to be looking in any other direction, it doesn't seem.
Yeah, I'm going to apologise to a friend of the show, Dynasty Island, Rich Coolin. He's massive on Tutu Atwell there, but I don't like him as a prospect. I don't like him as a pick. I mean, he's probably smaller than all the kickers in the NFL, which is pretty hilarious that he's going to be playing on offense, playing a kicker on offense. It's a recipe for disaster. I mean, if you look at the draft itself, guys that the Rams could have taken a couple of picks later, Terrace Marshall went. But then if you're looking specifically on deep threats with more upside as a complete game, you've got Diami Brown, and you've also got Anthony Schwartz, who went in round 3. I mean, I don't want to go off too much of a tangent on the Rams, but they had the worst draft this year by far. They took 2 wide receivers who one of them's converting to tight end, pointless, and then they took a backup running back as well. Like, I just don't understand what the drafts are doing. The Rams are doing in the draft.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
sorry, I was just going to say it's interesting with Tutu Atwell, because I think we're constantly saying fantasy football don't overreact to the landing spots, but I think it's the flip with Tutu Atwell. It's the draft capital. Everyone's falling in love with the fact that they spent that second round pick. It was the first pick that they made in the draft. So I think people are overreacting to that potentially and kind of jumping too much onto the draft capital. But yeah, for the reasons that you've all mentioned, I think it's definitely a fade for me.
Well, I think the coaching staff there gets a lot of credit for developing players and you know the fun offense that we've seen over the past couple of years. But in reality, I mean, you look at most of the key pieces on their team on both offense and defense, and they've come either through free agency or through the big trades that they've made, giving up all these draft picks year after year. And if you just focus on the players that they've drafted, it's not a strong resume, not just this year, but over the past 3 or 4 years that coaching staff has been there. So I don't think we can look at a guy like Atwell and think just because the Rams drafted him, we should care, or really just because he's a second rounder, we should care. There've been plenty of second round bust. And I mean, if you look at him and you think he should have been a 4th or a 5th rounder, one team making a pick shouldn't change that drastically.
Yeah, absolutely. Kev, have you got any final thoughts, or should we move on to the tight end position?
Yeah, just I can understand why the Rams they trade all the picks, because the rubbish at making them. Trade more.
Yeah, so as I say, we'll jump in with the tight end position. Kev, what's your question for the guys?
Yeah, it's interesting because Jared Goff, he was a big fan of the tight end. He's now gone, but we've also got Gerald Everett. He left. It's opened up the door for Tyler Higbee to have a bounce back. I know on the stream today, Higbee's had a few shout outs as a potential decent sleeper guy. So be really intrigued to hear your thoughts as well on Tyler Higbee. He's currently going as a tight end 15 in start of drafts. Is he what you consider a post type sleeper?
Well, I think you said the right words there. You said potential, and you said maybe breakout, or whatever you said there. That sounds just about right, because we all saw that potential and that breakout late in the 2019 season when he went on that tear, going up for 100 yards a game for whatever it was, 5 or 6 weeks straight, and then we didn't see a 100-yard game all of last season. So, and it partially because Gerald Everett was there, partially because the receivers stayed healthy for the most part. But, you know, I think we're all enamored with the upside and have been for a while now. And maybe now that Everett is gone, he gets a little bit of that boost. I see him, because he's sticking down in that tight end 2 range and not getting back up into that tight end 8, 9, 10, 11, where we saw him at this time last year. I think there does present a little bit of value there that he could be that check down option and goal line threat that could sneak into the back half of the tight end 1 ranks and become an asset for us all as dynasty managers.
Yeah, I think this is an example where it's pretty easy. And honestly, I think it was pretty easy last year. You saw him, as Dan said, moving into the tight end 1 range in ADP, both in dynasty and he was actually even being drafted higher in redraft leagues than he was in Dynasty at that point. And it was all based, of course, on how he finished the 2019 season. To me, he felt like an easy fade at that point. There was just too much presumption that he would be able to pick that up, even though Everett was in and out of the lineup at that point. Cooper Kupp was in and out of the lineup at that point. And like Dan said, that didn't happen in 2020. Those guys were, for the most part, healthy. Jared Goff seemingly took a step back, and really everybody was a victim of that. I think it's an easy call this year too. I'm investing at the tight end 15 range, which is where you guys said he's being drafted. We're talking about Mike Gesicki and Jonnu Smith now with the Patriots. Those are the players being drafted in that same range, and I'd prefer Tyler Higbee there.
Yeah, it's funny how you were mentioning the inevitable when you were talking about Higbee, because I was one of them idiots that was actually getting on board when I saw that bit of production in 2019, as you say. I was one of those fools that fell for that, and I swore never again. It's kind of why I've got this hatred towards Logan Thomas, because I feel like that's kind of similar to what we've seen. So I've got a bit of trauma from that, and I struggled to see anything in Higbee. But as you say, I think with that ADP and what we've seen in the past from him, I think that's the range where it is more acceptable now, not the silly range that I was falling for when he was going as a tight end 7 or 8 in Dynasty.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was on board too, and I actually
feel a bit better.
I traded for him in a couple different leagues, tight end premium leagues that I'm in. So I'm really hoping that he does turn things around. But I mean, what I wasn't on board with is it was just the value. You know, I liked the player, and I believed. I didn't believe that the production from late 2019 was a fluke. I do think. Again, he's not going to match that type of streak, but I do think he can be a fantasy tight end 1. You mentioned Logan Thomas. You know, interestingly, he's tight end 9 now, and different than Higbee. He's 29 years old already. Washington adds multiple pass catchers. Yeah, that's a stay away player for me.
Yes, yeah, that is all I needed to hear, Ryan. That has absolutely made my night.
Yeah, he's not the Darren Waller 2.0, is he? He's definitely
not quite.
No. I don't think so. I mean, Irv Smith is going behind him. Irv Smith is the guy that I'm really targeting in that range this year. I would easily prefer Irv Smith if choosing head to head between those two guys, and you're getting a little bit of a discount with Smith based on our ADP.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great way to finish on the Rams, and we'll move on now to the 49ers. Kev, do you want to kick off with the first question?
Yeah, so 49ers, we'll start with the QB position. I mean, as a 49ers fan, you've got to be absolutely loving the upgrade from handsome Jimmy to Trey Lance. So yeah, just Trey Lance has had a lot of hype. It's well worth the hype as well. He's an exciting prospect. He's got an absolute massive ceiling. So just want to get your guys' thoughts on where he is in your Dynasty QB rankings. Is it Fields or Lance in your eyes? And how much did the landing spot actually change your rank from pre-draft to post-draft for Trey Lance?
I'm going to sit back and let Dan handle this. He's the Trey Lance guy.
Yeah, I've been the Trey Lance guy for a while, really, since he took over at North Dakota State. And, you know, we watched him in college, and so many people like turn a blind eye maybe to the competition and all those things as negatives towards Trey Lance. But the positives that we all don't get to see regularly, or maybe don't even look for, is that, you know, on top of all the athletic upside that he presents, he was the guy that was making all the protection adjustments at the line of scrimmage, and he was putting guys in the right position. And you just don't see that from first-time starters. And it grew throughout that first season at NDSU. And then you hear all the stories about how they wanted to play that one game. He wanted to play that one game last year. just to get the rest of his teammates, some eyes on the rest of his teammates that were going to go into the NFL draft and be part of that process. Just a great teammate, a great athlete, and blends perfectly in that Shanahan offense in San Francisco. So really, it was a marriage made in heaven. I thought he was, if not the number one quarterback in this draft class, he was the number two, and not by a lot. I've said multiple times on the DLF Dynasty podcast, which Ryan and I host with Matt, that I think there's a good chance that he could be the best fantasy quarterback out of this class because of what he presents, not only with his arm, but with that rushing prowess and how he can make that offense two-dimensional rather than one-dimensional. And I think it's going to happen sooner rather than later. They're all talking about Garoppolo and how he's going to start the season and help mentor Trey Lance. I think that's just fine. We're going to see Trey Lance, whether it be by injury or just purely being the better quarterback, earlier rather than later. And for him to land on a team that already has weapons in place, has a above average, if not very good offensive line, and a play caller that looks for ways to create big time opportunities with his quarterback. Also, I think an undervalued part of how to look at Trey Lance and his upside is that Shanahan lived through the rushing quarterback and may have even overused the rushing quarterback once in the past with RG3 when he was with him in Washington. He learned those lessons, but saw that elite type of upside. We saw elite type of fantasy upside as well. I think Trey Lance is going to take that to the next level because he's a much better passer than RG3 ever has been. So I already see, I don't have any problem with anybody in a Superflex league investing in him as a top 12 quarterback already.
Yeah, he's in my top 12 as well. And I know Dan was a fan of Lance as the QB2 in this class pre-draft. I thought it was close between Lance and Fields, and I preferred Fields before the draft. But I also kind of went in with a mindset, whoever lands in San Francisco, I guess that maybe that wouldn't have been true if it was Mac Jones. But if it's Fields or Lance in San Francisco, that player is going to be my QB2. So, going back to your question, Kev, landing spot did play a factor in my rankings. I agree with Dan. I think Lance is a QB1 already in Dynasty. I think Fields is as well. I'd be taking both of those guys in that low end QB1 range. And honestly, I'm fine with, if you're back half of the first round, you've seen 8 or 9 quarterbacks come off the board already. Go ahead and grab Trey Lance with that 111, 112. No issue with that at all.
Elite upside, like Patrick Mahomes type of upside with Trey Lance. So it's way up there. I want him on all my teams. I'm not going to get him though.
No, I fully agree that the upside is clear to see, as you say, with not just the fact that he's a great passer of the ball, but that rushing as well. We've mentioned it before. It's what we all crave in fantasy football. If you've got a running quarterback, then you're just getting 3 points basically every week. So yeah, the upside is incredible. I'd be interested to see if you have any concerns at all about a potential, dare I say, a bust with just because of the school that he played at and that level of competition. But would that even cross your mind, Dan, with Trey Lance?
It really doesn't for me. Now, I watched every game he played in college, and I live in the Midwest and get to see NDSU play regularly. And I remember the very first throw I saw him uncork and thought to myself, "Oh, that's just like Carson Wentz at NDSU. That was impressive." So I've been on the train for a long time. The thing that I don't, so many people think of the small school and that as a negative, but really NDSU is a powerhouse at that level and has pro prospects every single year for the last 4, 5, 6 years. So while maybe the competition that they play isn't always up to the same level as other guys like Trevor Lawrence is playing, I just, the fact that he was making those protection calls and making adjustments at the line of scrimmage, that's next level. And that belongs at Division I. It's shocking that he wasn't, how the Big Ten let him go to NDSU and leave Minnesota and go play it for the Bison. That's beyond me. I'll never figure that out.
Yeah, just one last thing from me on Trey Lance and Fields, really, just regarding your rookie drafts. You cannot let either Fields or Lance get past the 103. I think I've seen drafts where I've been in drafts where he's got to the 105, and you just think, what are you doing? If you need a running back, then take Trey Lance. He's a QB1 in Dynasty. See what running backs go around him in Dynasty startups, and it'll be a lot better than Najee Harris.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That's a great point.
Good advice.
So sticking with the running back theme, obviously the 49ers selected Trey Sermon in the 3rd round. Actually, I was moving up to grab him. So I'm interested to know, where does he fit in your rookie rankings, and do you think he can contribute early on, given the competition that we know he's facing in this backfield?
For me, he would be, I think he's my 16th rookie overall. So I've got him lower than most, I would say, if you're talking about a player who we're seeing go in the late 1st round in many of those 1 quarterback leagues. And I think it's he and Michael Carter kind of in that 4-5 range. And I think we're just doing the Keyshawn Vaughn thing all over again. Honestly, and I know plenty of others have made that connection. There are things to like about Sermon more than Carter, more than Vaughn. I think the situation being the main one, but not enough to take him over some of these wide receivers that are available. Even seeing him go over Mac Jones and Superflex from time to time, which I think is a bad choice as well. So I like the player. Again, I don't like the value. He's more in that mid-2nd round range for me.
Yeah, he falls right in the same spot for me as well, 16 overall. And some of the names that Ryan mentioned there, it's one of those things where you really scratch your head and think, what are these guys really thinking? They're buying into the upside of that 49ers offense, really, right, guys? That we've seen so many guys roll through there. And if you have that role, you are an RB1 for fantasy and have like mid RB2, like downside, I guess it would be. And the problem with that all is Shanahan hasn't trusted a guy to be that kind of player in so long. He jumps around. It's almost like he's one of these coaches that suddenly say, you know what? This guy's hurt this week, so we're gonna go to the next guy in line, and that I'm just not willing to put a 1st round pick on a guy like that. I think he gained a lot of value. Clearly, he did. He was one of the biggest risers in rookie value after the NFL draft. But to invest the last pick in the 1st round on a guy like that, or even something higher than that, that's maddening to even see that. He doesn't belong in that conversation with some of the wide receivers that Ryan mentioned.
Yeah, I've got 1 share of Trey Sermon. I had a bad startup with running backs, kept missing on him. I just kept fading it, and he might actually end up being my running back too if it hits. But I got 1 share just in case he does hit, just to make sure. I think the guy I prefer in this offense is Elijah Mitchell. I was big on him before the draft, and I think compared to where he's going to Trey Sermon, he's going very late. You get him like late 3rd, 4th round of rookie drafts. He's someone that I prefer to Trey Sermon as an arbitrage play. Yeah,
I know we both mentioned, didn't we, Kev, that we were never really high on Sermon, and we both quite like Mitchell. So I think the fact, Dan, you just mentioned it yourself, Shanahan, he's not really a guy that he'll stick on one guy. So if Mitchell does impress in leading up to the start of the season, I don't think just because he was drafted after Sermon, that means he's now got no hope of jumping Sermon. If he can impress and his style of play as well, I think it suits this offense. So for me, I don't really want to be investing, as Ryan mentioned, that late 1st, even early 2nd on him. If I can get a guy like Mitchell later on in the 4th round of my rookie drafts.
And we haven't even mentioned the other Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson is still there. Wayne Gallman, they signed in free agency. These guys, most of these guys are going to get opportunities at one point or another. Yes, Sermon will have some RB1 weeks, probably relatively early in his career, but to pass on even those quarterbacks that we just talked about, the Fields and the Trey Lance in a single quarterback league in favor of Trey Sermon, I'd rather have that elite type upside in a player rather than that 2 to 3 year window with Sermon, who is a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, Yeah, I think everyone's just buying into this backfield, aren't we? We know what it can produce in fantasy, but as you mentioned, with all the guys that are there, it's going to be a real headache. And trying to find the guy that hits, I think it's going to be a lot trickier than what people think.
Sorry, Matt. We've seen lots of comparisons of this backfield to the Patriots backfield from the past 20 years, really, and I think those are valid because we always knew the New England backfield and running backs were going to produce. We just didn't know which one, not only from year to year, but even week to week. And I think with these 4 or 5 guys there in this San Francisco backfield, I think it's going to be the same thing. The strategy that I always try to use, I know others have talked about this as well, is let's just take the cheapest Patriots running back. And I want to do the same thing with San Francisco. So that's Elijah Mitchell, or that's Wayne Gallman, or I think Jeff Wilson is still undervalued as well, and pretty easy to acquire both in startups and in trade. Sermon and even Raheem Mostert are probably out of my price range.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Ram, because I actually tweeted out the exact same thing about 2 days ago, that with this backfield, it's a popular thing we all say in fantasy when it's confusing like this. Just get that cheapest guy, and if he hits you've got him for next to nothing and on an absolutely loaded backfield.
And maybe sell the highest guy. Maybe that'd be the same thing, right?
Yeah,
it's a great backfield for dynasty best ball.
So we'll move on now to the wide receivers, and a guy that I think we need to talk about is Brandon Ayuk. He had that really impressive rookie season, finishing as the wide receiver 35. But I'm interested to know, who do you think actually has the best value, and who would you rather get at cost between Ayuk, who his ADP is the wide receiver 22, or Deebo Samuel? His current ADP is the wide receiver 37.
It's a lot like what Ryan said with that Rams wide receiver position. Who's the cheaper guy? And I think it's recency bias that Ayuk is ahead of Samuel, because if you remember back to 2019, which was Samuel's rookie year, he was used as that weapon in the Shanahan offense and got those creative touches. Then he gets hurt in his second year, and Ayuk takes over late in that season. And just looking at his game log from his rookie season, those targets and those opportunities didn't really pick up until after Samuel went out. Then Samuel comes back late in the season, week 15 or 16, whatever it was, and only 2 targets for Ayuk. So, I think going all in and paying that kind of premium for Brandon Ayuk is a little overzealous for me. I'm not willing to jump in on him, especially when you consider some of the other names around him in ADP. I'd much rather go after Samuel, who showed the same kind of upside and playmaking ability in his freshman season.
Honestly, first of all, I agree with Dan on Ayuk. I really like the player. I think wide receiver 22 is a little bit rich, especially after you add these 5 or 6 rookies that we're pretty excited about in general. To see him still in that low end wide receiver 2 range based on ADP, I was surprised. But with Samuel, I just worry about the injuries. Dan talked about watching Trey Lance all through his college career. I'm an SEC guy and watched a ton of Deebo Samuel at South Carolina. And, unfortunately, the guy just can't stay on the field. And we've seen that already, again, unfortunately, through 2 seasons in the NFL. So I like both players. I think the ADP for Ayuk is a little high, and I just worry about Deebo Samuel's career length, honestly.
Yeah, I agree with both. I think both are actually pretty high risk players to be acquiring or going after. I think, like I said, Deebo can't stay on the field. He flashed it as a rookie, but he's had a lost sophomore season in the NFL. And then Ayuk, it's really, really interesting the fact that he produced so well as a rookie, but there was 3 games where there was Kittle, Samuel, and Ayuk on the field, and he was the 3rd guy in those games. He didn't really do much for fantasy. So, yeah, I'm not really going for either of these guys at cost. I think people might latch on to Trey Lance being an upgrade over Jimmy G, but I think this is potentially the platform for the next guy we're going to talk about, that he actually makes that step up to that be the number 1 at his position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tease.
Yeah, with Ayuk, it was a guy that I was quite high on actually coming in as a rookie. But as you say, the cards just seemed to fall right for him with Debo struggling with the injuries. But you mentioned when Debo did play, he was getting plenty of targets. He was averaging around 8 or 9 targets a game in those games when he did play. So yeah, I just think the cards fell nicely for Ayuk, and that led to him being able to have that impressive rookie season. But with him filling in when Samuel was injured, and obviously as well George Kittle, it just all just fell great for him. So just mentioning Kittle, we might as well talk about the tight end. It's nice to finally have a tight end that's actually worthy of being able to speak about, because we've been going through these teams and it is real tough when you're talking about tight ends. So it's nice that we can finish on an actual real solid fantasy tight end.
Indeed, we know that you love tight ends as well, Matt. So no, this is a good one. So it's a really simple question: Kittle or Kelsey in Dynasty, the tight end one. And like I alluded to with the QB upgrade in Trey Lance, does that mean that the best has yet to come for George Kittle, and that he's actually one of the few players that you should be buying high?
Ryan, did they forget somebody in the tight end one conversation there?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to take your simple question and make it a little more difficult. So Kyle Pitts is my tight end one.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, you just, and I don't want this to turn into a Pitts conversation, but you just look at his outlook. You look at his age. He's 10 years younger than Kelsey, 6 years younger than George Kittle. Love the landing spot. Love the situation. If I'm trying to project ADP, which is something I do as I'm building my teams, I don't see much of a way that he's not the tight end one in Dynasty a year from now, based on value. So I went ahead and made that move. But of the two here, of the two veterans, Kelsey and Kittle, I do prefer Kittle, and most of that is due to age. You're gaining 4 years between the two. And I do think the upgrade at quarterback is relevant here. And we can talk Ayuk, we can talk Deebo Samuel, but we know the real number one option on that team is George Kittle. And I just think he's going to continue to produce as that elite fantasy option.
Yeah, elite, and has shown it every time he gets on the field, pushed back to get on the field after his injury late last season, and once again came out just balling late in the year after missing a handful of weeks. So, he's one of the only guys, and you mentioned Kelsey, probably Darren Waller's another one. He can win you a week, and Kittle in an offense that I think it's safe to say we trust that offense to give us players that will have those massive weeks. We saw it in week 4, I think it was, against Philadelphia, 15 catches, 183 yards and a touchdown. And that's the kind of upside he presents every single week. And Ryan mentioned it. He's the number one. So I would make, he's still my tight end one, because you do buy the years off of Kelsey, and he has proven it to this point. But I agree, a year from now, it's hard to see Pitts not as the number one tight end in Dynasty.
Kev, have you got any response to that?
Well, you're the tight end king, aren't you? So it's I just honestly, I think after those top 4, you mentioned the 3 veterans that are sort of coming towards the prime, the twilight of the career, and Kyle Pitts. After those 4. I know we've had a bit of talk today about Hawkinson maybe jumping in there, but I just think right now, right this spot in time, top 4 or fade the position.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to finish with that tight end king. It's not really a crown that I want to hold. If I'm all honest, tight ends is not a position that's fun to talk about, so I don't really appreciate that kind of
I can call you something else if you want.
No, I know you too well, Kev. I'll stick with the tight end king. But yeah, that brings us to the end of this section. I just want to say a huge thank you to you both jumping on. It's been a great pleasure being able to talk to you. And before we let you go, do you want to just let us know where we can catch you and anything you want to plug before we let you move on?
Sure. Ryan and I, along with Matt Price, we host the DLF Dynasty podcast. You can find it wherever you can find podcasts. And before I get off of here, I want to say to you guys one more time, thank you so much for inviting us. You guys spent so much time working on this, and it's for a great cause. We definitely want to send people your way when it comes to all the things that you guys care about, because the organization that you're supporting here, I looked into it, spent a few minutes on it. It's an excellent place to send any extra money, or if you want to help out anybody, do it through these guys, because we're having fun here with the Fantasy Wildcard Streamathon, but it's for a really important thing. So hat tip to you guys and all of you. I know that it's not just you two. You put so much work into it, and we really appreciate being part of it.
Yeah, totally echo everything Dan said there. On a selfish note, as Dan said, also check out the DLF Dynasty podcast. Check out all of our work over at Dynasty League Football, and follow me on Twitter, RyanMC23. Follow Dan on Twitter. He needs more followers. Myler22. This guy is one of the best Dynasty players I've ever played against or with.
Shucks.
It's true. It's true. But seriously, thank you guys for everything you've done. This has been great.
No, and as I say, thank you for coming on. It really means a lot that you let us have your time just to chat a little bit of fantasy football, and it's been great fun, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, let's get us in a dynasty league together.
All right, let's do it.
Right, thanks once again, guys.
Cheers,
and
guys.
I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Yeah,
thanks
guys.
very
much.
Right, Kev, it's my final rest.
It's
My
that
final
time again.
chance. I know I'm a little worried now. It's getting to 11 o'clock. I've got an hour to myself. I'm a little worried that I could potentially slip into a sleep. So I'm gonna have to have a coffee or something to keep me going. But yeah, and again, you've got some great guests coming on. So I'll let you crack on. We'll chuck Ali into the chat, and I'll say my farewells.
Making a cheeky substitution.
That's it. Yeah, bringing in the superstar to fill in for me.
Bringing in the kicker at the end.
Special teams on the field.
So yeah, enjoy your hour stint with a couple of great guests, guys.
Indeed, Matt. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
See you, Matt.
Yes, indeed, Ali. We've got you for one final hurrah as the kicker coming on to take the lead in the fourth, I guess. So
Hopefully I don't miss.
So yeah, we're going to be staying in the NFC West. We've got the Seahawks and the Cardinals, and we've got two fantastic guests on our show here and now. We've got representatives of Ball Blast Football. So we've got the fantastic Alex Matteo. You can follow on Twitter at AlexMatteo94. Hope I've not butchered your name there. And also we've got Kai Brewer, who you can follow on Twitter at Kai Squared. So just want to say good evening to you both, guys, or maybe good afternoon where you are in the world. Oh, you're both muted.
I'll go. You go? I'll go. Good. Well, good evening. It's just about evening over here where I am in Houston, Texas. Had an interesting day. You guys are killing it, raising some good money for a good cause. I've been trying to dip in and out and listen to you guys. Some great talks as well. Couldn't be happier that we're here hanging out with you guys, talking football and helping some people that need some help after what was a pretty long year for everybody. So couldn't be more excited. What's up, Alex?
Oh, what's up, Kai? Nice to be on the show with you, Kev. Ali, appreciate you having me on. Really glad to be here. Like Kai was saying, just want to reiterate it. You guys are doing it for a great cause, mental health awareness. It's one of those, it's always a negative stigmatism, but in reality, it shouldn't be treated that way. It's like if you have a broken arm, people aren't going to be like, oh, why are you getting a cast? It's the same type of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Love that analogy. That's perfect. And yeah, it's for a great cause. I know we've had some recent spotlight on the NFL forum with DJ Chat coming, speaking recently about his struggles. And I think everybody in one sense or another has the struggle. It's just really important that we talk about it and we support ventures like we have. So yeah, it's for a great cause, and we have got a fantastic hour with you guys. So let's jump in. First of all, with the Seahawks.
Yeah, let's do it. So I'm going to start with Russell Wilson, long-time Seahawk, long-time really good fantasy producer. But his ADP's been pushed down slightly again this offseason to the QB9 in dynasty startups. So my question is, are you guys still happy to roll with Russ as your QB1 in Dynasty Superflex leagues? So yeah, like I say, his ADP is the QB9. He's going right at the back end of round 1 at the 112.
Personally, I'm still rolling with Russ. Last year, he set a career high in attempts and touchdowns. He was 7 yards away from his career high there. Not to mention the change in offensive coordinator, bringing in Shane Waldron from the Rams, who was the passing game coordinator last few years. He's going to be able to play to his strength. He's going to get the ball out quick. Lockett's going to have more of a stable floor. And DK is still going to do his thing. And who knows, there might be some supplemental targets that might be some value this year.
Yeah, and I think with all the Seahawks, and we're going to get into it, believe me, we'll get into it, is the issue is going to be which Seahawks team are we going to see going forward? Are we going to see the first half of last year where Russ was cooking, he was spreading the ball around, tons of points flying everywhere, the defense was horrible, and they were putting up 30, 40 points a game? Or are we going to see the Seahawks team that at least the up tops want, which is run the ball, play some solid defense, and go home? We would obviously all prefer the former. We would prefer this offense to run that way. More points, that's great. DK will get his. Tyler Lockett, Dwayne Eskridge, all kinds of weapons. Gerald Everett over there now. And we'll talk about all these guys. Mm-hmm. But that's the offense we obviously want to see. But I think regardless, when it comes to Russell Wilson by himself, the last time Russell Wilson wasn't a QB1, it was because he was in college. So I can't see a scenario where I'm not comfortable with him as my QB1. It comes in a different way than other quarterbacks. You're going to have games where he's on fire, and you're going to have games where you're disappointed that you didn't put Blake Bortles in instead. That's sort of how his games have been. But if you're okay with that, if you're okay with a boom and bust kind of quarterback, then Russ is totally fine. And honestly, because of that consistency, I don't mind in Dynasty. I don't mind having him up towards the top ahead of some of these younger guys, just because age is important. But I feel like, there's no guarantee that any of these younger guys will outplay Russ, because we've seen it before. We've seen some of these guys come up. I don't want to point out Baker Mayfield's rookie season, but we've seen people, the Josh Allens and Justin Herberts and Kyler Murray and all these guys. We've seen that story before, but Russ is still cooking. All the other people from his draft class, aside from Tannehill, are on the outs. Our G3, Andrew Luck, he seems to be the last one standing. So I don't know. I'm comfortable with that. What do you guys think? I want to know.
Yeah, I think the first two words, when I think of Russell Wilson, I think of recency bias. He did have a poor second half to last season. There's no hiding away from that, but he still finished the QB6. He threw 40 touchdowns as well, which I believe was the most of his career. He seems to get caught up in that recency bias and think, he's lost it. It's not very good. But like you said, QB1 every single season of his career. He's 32 years old. He's got 2 fantastic weapons at wide receiver. He's got a tight end that's we'll get on to later as an interesting sleeper candidate. But I think with Wilson as well, where he's going in your drafts, QB9, ADP of 112. I think if you're going QB, double tapping it on the turn at the back of round 1, if you're taking him and a guy like Trey Lance or Justin Fields, you're very happy with that start to get the blend of youth and experience.
Yeah, and that's another thing with Russ that you said, like how you said the youth and experience. Russ, his floor is so stable. Worst finish was as a rookie QB11. Otherwise, he's been QB9 or better every single year. You can argue this is his best set of weapons. You got DK Metcalf, who still somehow hasn't even hit his physical prime yet. You got Tyler Lockett, who's on the back end of that prime. Chris Carson, who's like right where you want to have your running back before you let him go. And Russ is only 32. He's not like he's Brady in his 40s, Rodgers late 30s. He's still got a good 5 to 7 years. You get a guy like Russ early on at the 112, his ADP. Like you said, you can take a swing for a guy like Lance, Field, even Mac Jones a couple rounds later, just because you have that stability with Russ at the top of that QB1 position for you.
Indeed. Have you got any closing thoughts on Russell Wilson, Ali?
Yeah, just I think it's a great value there at QB9. I think everyone's getting excited about Trevor Lawrence, so he's leapfrogged him and people like that. So absolutely, I'm happy to take him at that turn, and just hope that they let him cook all season long. It was absolutely something beautiful to watch the first half of last season with Russell Wilson. He made it look easy. So it was really difficult to see that fall off the second half of the season, and they changed to a more run heavy approach. But yeah, he's absolutely set up to produce again this season. So he's a smash play for me.
Yeah, you said beautiful to watch, and I'm a big Ciara fan as well. Really big fan of her music, so another reason to like Russell Wilson as well. So yeah, we'll move on to the running back spot, and I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts on this backfield. Obviously, I'm a big Rashad Penny fan. I think that ship sailed as such, but I want to focus on the main man in this backfield, Chris Carson. He's got the dynasty ADP of running back 23, so I just want to know if you guys think he can be a running back one again in 2021 and beyond.
I think RB1, that 10 to 12 range, is a little high just for the fact, he doesn't have that elite receiving upside. Granted, he did set career highs in every category for receiving last year. Targets, receptions, yards, touchdowns. And that was only in a 12-game span. So if he's healthy with what we already know he can do on the ground, his finishes in 2019 and 18 at 12 and 16 respectively, it's definitely in a good realistic range for him. Last year he did have over 1,200 all-purpose yards and 12 touchdowns, and that would have been the 16-game pace for that.
Yeah, and I think I want to echo that. I kind of feel the same way. If in redraft, I'm comfortable, if I'm stuck with him as my RB1, that's okay. In Dynasty, I'm looking for something more. I'm looking for a little bit more long-term upside. I mean, I know that he has the job for this year. If you look at his contract, he'll probably have the job next year as well. But he's not a guy who stays healthy all the time. He's not a guy, has overwhelming talent. Obviously he shouldn't have fallen to the 7th round based on what he's done since being drafted. But he's always been that guy has to start, with that big chip on his shoulder. He doesn't get all the same opportunities as everybody else. And that's just the reality of the position and the reality of the NFL game. But I enjoy having him on my team, though. Every time I look at my team and I'm like, wait, Chris Carson's still around? I end up taking him. So I like the player. I like the spot. I like the offense. There's a couple of younger guys, on the roster, but not anybody that you look at, especially if Penny is on the outs like it seems. There's not anybody that I'm scared of. So if you tell me I have the starting running back for Russell Wilson for the next 2 years, it's hard to find stuff like that. So just based on where other guys fall, yeah, I wouldn't mind having him, around 15, 16, something like that. It just depends on how you feel about these younger guys that we just had, guys like Dobbins, Gibson, some of the other guys, obviously not Taylor, but Akers, Swift, that bunch. If you have Carson on one side of that bunch, I totally understand it. But if you have Carson on the other side of that bunch, you'd rather go with the youth. I totally understand that too. So that's where I see him falling somewhere between that 15 to 20 range based on how you feel about those other guys.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, Ali, have you got much Carson in Dynasty?
I haven't actually, but he's someone that I always think about putting in an offer for, but for some reason back out. But Chris Carson's a perfect RB2 to have if you compare him with a younger guy like Akers or Gibson or Jonathan Taylor or someone like that. I think is brilliant to have on your roster. He's got that at least 1 year, 2 year window where he's going to be an RB2 at the worst. So obviously the running back position is really volatile. So to get someone that is going to produce, good numbers for 1 or 2 years, I'm definitely happy to have him on my team.
Right. And I like what you said, Ali, about pairing him with a younger guy, kind of like we were just talking about with Russ, is because it's somebody that's so solid and so consistent, at least for the short future, you can pair him with someone who has a bit more upside. And I think that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to basically reiterate that same sentiment, especially if you're trying to be a contending team, Carson's the exact kind of guy you want. He has such a safe floor when he's on the field, hasn't missed too much time other than last year. But given the fact that it's also going to a 17-game season, they're going to want to keep their guys fresh. So you want the guy who can get that 70 to 90 yards on the ground and then also see another 4 to 5 targets a game and make something out of them. It's not like he's getting 2 targets for 10 total yards. He's putting them like 25, 30, 40 yards a game.
Yeah, I think with Carson, I think because I've been such a big fan of Rashad Penny over the years, I've not actually had Carson in any Dynasty League until this season now, but I've actually flipped it, which probably means a Rashad Penny breakout is impending. We've started a few Fantasy Wildcard Dynasty Leagues this offseason, and I've actually ended up with Chris Carson in a couple of those places, my running back 3. So I think because the strategy that I sort of go for is the early running backs, early quarterbacks, he's often around in round 5, round 6, like his ADP. And I think that's a spot where if you get him as your running back 3, you're going to have an advantage over the field because he's someone that's this season's got that top 15 upside. I know I asked a question about QB1, but that was a bit in jest. I think top 15 is definitely achievable in his range of outcomes for this season.
Absolutely.
Good stuff. Well, we'll move on from the running backs to the wide receiver corner, Ali.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about Tyler Lockett, someone who he managed to finish somehow as the wide receiver 8 in 2020, although it was very, very up and down. He finished as wide receiver 13 in 2019 and then the wide receiver 17 in 2018. But his current ADP is wide receiver 38. Why do you think people are so low on him for Dynasty? And do you see that as a value, or do you think that's about right for his price?
I think 38's a little disrespectful, no other way around it. But I did take some notes on Lockett. So this past season, he had 6 games over 15 PPR points. 3 of those 6 happened to be over 30. 7 of the other 10 games, he finished under 10 points. So it's that massive boomer bust that has people really souring on him. Take away that 53-point game where he had those 20 targets for 200 yards. He had only 1 or 2 monster games. And yes, I know, take away the best and the worst, that really is what the average is. But wide receiver 38, that's definitely way too low. Regardless, he's going to put up wide receiver 2 numbers for you. It's one of those. It's just whether you're able to take the risk with his low floor.
Yeah, and I'm worried about Lockett, but not wide receiver 38 worried. But mostly because yes, that's the issue, right? That's the issue. The recency bias, the big boomer bust games. There were 3 games where he won your week last year. One of them happened to be week 17 when hopefully most people weren't playing, so it didn't count. But he's shown the ability, and even back into 2019 and before even that, he's shown the ability to win a week. I think the problem stems now from DK Metcalf, because that's what's changed in the last 2 years. Is he used to be this consistent guy, ran a lot of underneath stuff, ran some deep routes. He would have some big games, but he always gave you, 10 to 12 points in a PPR, and you were fine with that as your wide receiver 3. And you can get him a lot later in drafts back then. Nowadays, you have to focus on one of those 2 guys, or they're going to beat you because they're so good. And I think he's grown with Russell Wilson. That connection is even stronger than he has with DK. It's the weapon he's had the longest. They gave him a big contract extension this offseason. Maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't have. But the fact is he's got it. So he's going to be there for a long time. I'm nervous about what we've seen last year and whether that's going to be what we see moving forward. But I agree. I think wide receiver 38 is disrespectful. I think he's at least in the top 30, if not top 24 wide receivers, just because the security he has and the quarterback he's tied to and the offense he's tied to. I think there's a much greater chance that he'll return back to how he was before, then that we'll see as weird of a situation as we saw last year. But again, it goes back to, what do you think about the Seahawks? Do you think that last year, that first half is what we're going to get? Or do you think that they added an offensive lineman here, they drafted a couple guys there to appease Russell Wilson, and they're just going to go back to this same old run-first approach when you have an MVP caliber quarterback?
Yeah, we've just had a comment in the chat from Cam Broadus, who says wide receiver 38 is blasphemy, and I agree with that. I think it's shocking to me. I didn't realize it was that low. Just going back to the original question about why do I think people are so low on him in Dynasty, I think it is that boom bust nature that he had those monster games or them nothing games. And I do feel kind of sorry for Tyler Lockett, actually, because he had that monster game at the Cardinals in week 7 where he got 53 fantasy points. He got those 200 yards, the 3 touchdowns. But nobody remembers that. All they remember from that game is DK Metcalf absolutely pacing down that field and making the tackle. Mm-hmm. Everybody forgets that huge game. But just thinking about wide receiver 38, that's a wide receiver 4. Most dynasty leagues or most fantasy leagues even, wide receiver 4 is generally a flex. And I think if you've got Tyler Lockett in your flex, that's someone you can feel really comfortable about giving you those boom weeks. And you're not as fussed with him maybe having a slow week, a dud week in your flex, because you've got 3 other guys that are giving you that floor, I guess. So wide receiver 38, bit of a steal.
Yes, it's crazy. If you talk about Lockett being is one of your flex guys, typically my flex guy is someone that I change week in, week out, don't often keep the same one. But if you got Lockett as your flex guy, just keep him in there, and he's gonna keep producing some crazy numbers. So that is an absolute steal.
And then just one more Tyler Lockett point before we go to the next topic. Both him and DK had over 115 targets. While it's not like 145, 150 targets per guy, Russ still had career high in completions. And I really think the change in offensive coordinator is going to make a huge difference for Russ's game. I know the coach analysis is one of those very cliche things, but Waldron, in his years with the Rams, he went out of his way to try and make things with McVay as idiot-proof for Goff as can possibly be, per se. Now you have a quarterback like Russ who is in a completely different stratosphere as Goff. It's just going to open so many things up for him. You got 2 weapons, DK and Lockett, both elite pass catchers. Chris Carson, who's a good pass catcher. They spent a second-round pick on Eskridge. I really see it being more towards the first half where it's let Russ cook rather than having Russ simmer the second half at best.
Yeah, I like that. I think as well with Lockett, just looking at the numbers, last 3 seasons he's been a top 18 wide receiver, and he's gone 17, 13, and 8. So it's actually improved every year with age. And actually, I think his body type, his prototype, it's one that he's not going to hit 30 and then hit a wall. He's a guy that's potentially got a lot more longevity. So wide receiver 38, you might be getting a guy that's playing at a very comfortable level for the next 3, 4, 5 years, potentially, if you drop on and get lucky. So yeah, we'll move on to the next question about wide receivers. An older guy, Dwayne Eskridge. I just want to get you guys' thoughts on the pass offense, really, about the volume, if it's there to support guys like Eskridge. He's currently going in rookie drafts in round 3 at the 306 with an ADP of wide receiver 14. What's your thoughts on Eskridge as a prospect here? Someone that you like, or someone that you're going to swerve until you know that volume's there?
As a prospect, I didn't really love Eskridge, the older breakout, not the best competition throughout college. Didn't really do much until the latter end of his college career. But that second-round draft capital is something that has to be noted, especially with wide receivers, and you are attached to Russell Wilson. Am I ever going to see Eskridge as a top 25 wide receiver? More likely than not a chance. But he has a chance to be that wide receiver 38 ADP that Tyler Lockett somehow sneaks his respect to that. Always have to tie it around to that.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because teams can only tell us certain things in the offseason that we know are true. There's a lot of coach speak. There's a lot of, oh, we love this guy and then trade him 2 minutes later, or, oh, we couldn't live without this guy and then they cut him before training camp. But what we do know is when teams invest and give a guy an extension, when teams give a guy high draft capital, those are moves that we know at least what the team wants to do. Whether that happens or not, we'll see. That's up to the player. But that when they only had 3 draft picks, and the only high one they spent on a wide receiver that's presumably coming in as their 3rd best option, at best. I don't think anybody in the next couple of years expects him to pass Lockett or pass DK. But that says a lot. That says, hey, maybe this is the last piece of our offense that we need. I don't remember the last time the Seahawks had a number 3 wide receiver that we were comfortable putting into our lineups. David Moore has been there holding that spot down for a while. But even back when they had, Doug Baldwin or when they had Golden Tate, I don't really feel like there was ever that 3rd guy to rely on. Maybe that's because the volume hasn't been there, but maybe that's because that's just not how they want their team to function roster-wise. I'm kind of lukewarm on Eskridge as a prospect, but just with the investment that they made in him, there were other 2nd-round picks, but that was their one shot to shoot in this draft, and they picked Eskridge. And their defense is far from a complete project, So that tells me a lot. And whereas just based on talent, maybe I would have him, in the range where he's going, but with the quarterback he's going to, and with the investment that they made in him, I don't mind at all taking him towards the end of the 2nd in a rookie draft.
Yeah, I know you're a big fan, aren't you, Lee? On our last show before the streamathon, you actually highlighted Eskridge as a guy you're really looking at in round 3 of rookie drafts.
Yeah, just with that draft capital, like you said, that they could have gone defense with that 2nd-round pick. It was their first pick they had in the draft, and they could have shored up the offensive line. They could have gone defense, but no, they chose wide receiver. So they see something in Eskridge. So that's what I'm really banking on, the fact that he's going to such a good quarterback. It's a good system. I'm looking for him to be their wide receiver 3. So in the middle of the 3rd, I'm smashing Eskridge for sure. I think that's a value right there.
Yeah, middle of the 3rd, that's absolutely a great spot. Because at that point in the rookie draft, I'm looking for guys with the high ceiling. Right now, being tied to Russ, he does have a high ceiling in respect to other guys later on in that round. But at the same time, we can't rely too much on the situation. Look at Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Last year, oh my God, he's going to be the running back 1 overall. Take him over Saquon Barkley. Take him over Christian McCaffrey. May have worked last year just for the fact that he was healthy over them. But it was just an awful process. A.J. Brown fading him the year before because of Tennessee.
Yeah.
Even though the situation is great, I always still like to go talent over the situation in the long run.
And I think the last thing on Eskridge, I guess, is he's coming in as a 24-year-old guy. And we've actually seen the past couple of seasons that older wide receivers have come into the league and they've hit the ground running. Obviously, they're older guys, they've been playing football for longer. Guys like Terry McLaurin, Calvin Ridley, they've come in and hit the ground running. I'm not saying that Dwayne Eskridge is going to hit those heights, especially in this situation as such, but I think he could be a decent guy from year 1. I think you hit the nail on the head about that they've spent a 2nd-round pick on a position that from the outside looking in is not of as big a need as you think, but that would suggest that they are going to let Russ cook and not let Russ simmer.
Maybe at least give the guy a toaster or something. A grill. I don't know.
The grill. And we're speaking of the grill, we'll go to the Dynasty Grill Alley again. We'll round off the Seahawks with the tight end position.
Yeah, so someone I think is really interested entering this season is Gerald Everett, having signed for the Seahawks. So I just want to get your take, guys, on whether you think he's going to be involved much on this offense. His current ADP is the tight end 29. So do you see that as about right, or do you think that is a bit low and he's a bit of a value at that price?
I mean, I think he's a bit low, but I see why he's there. He was kind of blocked by Higbee. They would use him in different ways, in different roles while he was in Los Angeles. But with this team, I feel like, I don't know if you are all familiar with the movie Mean Girls, but if you are or if you aren't, there's a character who's trying to make a word happen and make it a thing, and it's never going to be a thing, and that is fetch. Fetch. It's not going to. Trying to make fetch happen. I feel like that's what they keep doing with the tight ends ever since they got it in their notion. Oh, let's trade for Jimmy Graham and get that last piece to put our offense over the top. Since then, they've still been looking for that guy because that didn't work out quite the way they expected. But whether it's Jimmy Graham, Will Dissly, Greg Olsen, all kinds of guys, Luke Wilson, Jacob Hollister at times. Russ works with all these guys. I feel like anytime somebody gets the targets, then they have a great week, and the bar is so low at tight end that I could easily see it happening. But it's just so weird that it seems that they keep trying to make it a thing, and it never works out for whatever reason. Sometimes with Graham or with Dissly, it's been injuries. With Luke Wilson, his age finally caught up to him. There's reasons why none of these guys have worked, but it's just, it makes me nervous because I liked him. I liked the opportunity that he was going to get, that he was going to leave, find his own team, be separate from Higbee, not have to deal with that anymore. But I don't know. It's odd. I don't think that's high enough for him. I think where he's going is a little bit too low. But it's just hard. The bar is so low at tight end that, at some point it's just take a shot on anybody.
Yeah, and in a division where you got the Rams, who want to be scoring the ball at a high rate, especially now that they got Stafford in. San Fran obviously traded up for Trey Lance, potentially a high-powered offense. Then you got Arizona, another high-powered offense led by Kyler Murray. Seattle's going to have to put up points to keep up with them. When they get in the red zone, Everett does have the size and the build. They're going to be focusing on DK in the red zone. I could see Everett sneaking in a quiet 5-6 touchdown season, and that would just automatically, by default, with how horrendous the tight end position has been, have him finish well above that tight end 29 ADP.
Well, and Alex, like you were talking about, who's in charge now? Who's calling the plays? Coming over from Los Angeles, I don't think it's a coincidence that, Everett went that way.
Yeah.
I don't know if that means, there was, more than just a, hey, come here, there's a great opportunity. Maybe there's more of, hey, come here, I have a role for you in my offense. Please come here. So I don't know. It's very intriguing. And that's all you can hope for at tight end, really, is intriguing.
Yeah, tight end 29. It's a beautiful spot for Gerald Everett. I'll be definitely dipping in at that price. How about you, Ali?
Yeah, me too. I like the talent. I like his opportunity here. It's just such a wasteland, isn't it? If you get past tight end 6 or 7, then it's just a race for the next 12 spots could be filled by any tight end. So it's really hard to predict.
I heard you guys talking earlier, that Pitts is already up so high, but I don't blame anyone taking him that high just because we're all desperate. Unless you have one of those three, you're desperate at tight end.
Indeed, and we'll wrap up on the Seahawks now. We'll move on to the Cardinals. We've got the we're obviously going to be starting at the QB position, so take it away, Ali.
Yeah, so the Cardinals added another couple of receiving options for Kyler Murray. So one in the draft in Rondale Moore, and then AJ Green in free agency. So can you see Kyler taking another step forward in 2021 and finishing higher than the QB3 finish that he had in 2020? His current ADP is the quarterback 3.
I think it'll be tough for him to not make the improvement because they're just adding even more talent around him, but to do enough to leapfrog Mahomes and Josh Allen, because that's who we can presume will be the number 1 and 2 quarterbacks. Mahomes, we already know how off the charts he is throwing the ball, and then Allen has that added rushing ability and he's the only running back right now in Buffalo. So I just did a little breakdown on Kyler. So from year 1 to 2, his pass attempts went up by only 16 attempts. The completions, however, went up by 26. That only led to a 249-yard total increase and a 6 touchdown increase. The big spike in his value, his rush attempts went up by 40. His rushing yards went up by 275 and 7 more rushing touchdowns. For him to have a Lamar Jackson MVP type season, he'll either A, have to hit that 35 passing touchdown threshold, B, break the 1,000 yards on the ground while still maintaining close to that 10 to 11 touchdown clip, or C, do both. We know he's not as much of a passer as Mahomes or Allen, and he does have the rushing edge over Mahomes. So at best, I honestly can see quarterback 2 at the most.
Well, and I don't want to just make this an hour of just agreement among all 4 of us, all segment long. But I do, if anything, I could see it's more likely that he falls down from the number 3 spot than climbs over one of those other 2 guys, and not based on anything other than just the randomness of touchdowns. Like you were talking about, 11 rushing touchdowns last year. And he is a rushing quarterback. He's not a rushing first quarterback. He's a passer. He's plenty proficient in that area. He's making improvements there, as all quarterbacks do. But the issue is the entire team had 22 rushing touchdowns. So that means he had half of that, which is insane. His rookie season, he had 22%. That jumped to 50%. That's probably not going to happen again. It's not saying that he might increase his passing touchdowns and get to that 35 number you were talking about, Alex, but I don't see that helping. And if you just take those away, I know it's a lot to take 7 touchdowns away to bring him back down to where he was his rookie year, but if you do that, he just falls all the way down to quarterback 9 from last season, which is still great. That's still an awesome QB1 season. But it shows you a little bit that if we play with these numbers just a tiny bit, all of these guys can be great. There's 8 or 9 guys where you can be sure, if I have one of these guys, I'm going to be competing every week. I'm going to have a chance to get that 30, 40-point week out of my quarterback. It's going to be a good time. And he's one of those guys. My concern with him for Dynasty is just going to be what we saw at the end of last year, with the injury and with how his play seemed to fall off after he had that. I'm sure he'll be healthy going into this season, but this was always an issue that people were going to bring up. His height, his size, this, that, and the other. And plenty of guys have overcome size. That's not an issue. But rushing quarterbacks consistently run into this injury wall where really there's only been a couple that sustained. So far, Lamar Jackson has been fine. Russell Wilson has been plenty fine. Some years his rushing comes down and he doesn't run as much. But again, it's really hard to find a guy who rushes this much. Typically over their career, the rushing comes down as you get more comfortable in the offense. We saw that with Josh Allen last year. For his rushing numbers to start going up, and if he runs even more this season, I might be concerned in a dynasty.
Yeah, I really like Kyler Murray. I think he's part of in my rankings. Yeah, he's top 4 in my rankings, and that's a tier in its own for me. I think that rushing upside is outstanding. Last season as well, we actually saw a bit of a step forward in the passing. It wasn't a lot of an increase in the yardage, but he got 6 extra touchdowns than his rookie season. And I do think that the weapons have added. AJ Green, I know he gets laughed at quite a lot because he wasn't very good last season. He had over 100 targets and didn't do a ton with them. I think he had less than a 50% catch range. But I think him and Rondale Moore, very different wide receivers. You're going to get a lot of Christian Kirk in the slot as well. He might actually turn his career around because he's been a bit of a bust. And they've got a top 12 dynasty wide receiver in Nuke Hopkins to tie it all together, really. So, yeah, the question about him being potentially finishing higher than QB3 from last season, I think he's got QB1 overall potential if he takes a step forward in passing and somehow manages to get 11 touchdowns. It's going to be tricky. But yeah, I think nailed on top 4 in Dynasty for me. What about you, Ellie?
Yeah, I want to ask a quick question. Whereabouts do you have Kyler in your Dynasty rankings? I've got him as my QB3 just behind Josh Allen, but there's a lot of people that have him just above Josh Allen, and some people have Dak in that mix or Lamar. So whereabouts do you guys have him?
I have him as a QB5 personally. I have Mahomes 1, Herbert 2, Allen 3, Dak 4, and then Kyler 5. We saw what Dak was doing last year before he got hurt.
Yeah.
Is he going to throw for 7,000 yards? No. But with that weapons that they have around him, the increased usage of Tony Pollard in the receiving game as well, hopefully a healthy Blake Jarwin, they're going to be loaded. And as an Eagles fan, it's a nightmare.
Go Eagles.
Yeah, I have him sitting right at 4 just because I don't know what to do with Deshaun Watson at this point. He's kind of hovering outside all of the rankings. If he were moved to a different team, I would probably put him right above Kyler. If he's where he is now or something even worse is going on, then obviously he'll be below Kyler. So I have him sitting right around 4 right now with Dak, coming up on his heels. And my concern with, not to turn it into a Dak podcast or a Dak live stream, but my concern is just going to be the offensive line, that they are so talented and made of glass. So if there's anything that's going to go wrong, I don't think it's going to be on Dak's end. I think it's going to be that offensive line group. But we'll see. For now, yeah, I don't think you could find much worse than Kyler Murray as your quarterback 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a star. And we'll move on to the running backfield now. We've got a bit of change in this backfield. Kenyon Drake left and James Conner came in. So just want to get you guys' thoughts on the backfield as a whole, how you see it playing out. And do you think that either Edmonds or James Conner can be a top 15 running back for this season? And just to give a bit of context from Dynasty, Chase is going at RB26, Connor's going at RB36.
Well, I feel a couple ways on this. First is that I think coming out the gate, it's going to be a committee. I think that's what they want. I think that's what they were looking for from Drake. And so I think they saw Edmonds can do a lot more than what they expected of him, but he's a smaller guy. He's probably not going to hold up to a full season workload of feature back type of guy. I think he could, but I don't think that they think that. So they brought in Connor to be an early down guy who can play all 3 downs in need be, but can make this a committee. And hopefully Edmonds gets a bigger role, but I find it really hard if they're both healthy to either one of them to be a top 15 guy. I think the easiest way for that to happen would be for something to happen to Connor and them to force themselves into giving Edmonds, 15 to 20 touches a game rather than 10 to 15. But I don't want to wish that on anybody. But I don't know. I feel like they're both back-end RB2 flex area type of guys where if they are your RB2 going into the year, you're going to be pretty nervous.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment that I don't really – either of them have like the highest ceiling because it is going to be a committee early on. But if I did have to go with one of them to do it, assuming they both still stay healthy, I would still go Chase Edmonds because Edmonds, I think he's more efficient as a receiver. He had over 70 targets last year. He's progressed as a receiver each year. Even though he's smaller in height, he's still over 200 pounds. He still has decent size. He finished as the RB25 in PPR last year, but that was with a minimal workload on the ground. I think he had barely over 100 attempts, but most of his work came in the receiving game. With that, once again, going back to the expansion of the 17 games, I really think that's going to make these committee backs even more of a mess. So I don't really see either of them like going to the moon, having that RB 10, 12, 15 ceiling. like you were alluding to, I think that back end RB2 range is more realistic. And if you're rolling with them as one of your flexes, I think you're in a decent spot. Because it means you're either loaded at the receiver or quarterback position. But if you have to slot them in your RB slot, I would be a little wary going into the year as well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy last year that both Edmonds and Kenyon Drake were top 25 running backs in fantasy. I think if you're hoping for James Conner to replicate Kenyon Drake and be running back 16, I think that's not going to happen. And then just thinking about being a Chase Edmonds owner in Dynasty, you've had a perfect offseason, really, in respect that James Conner's come in. He did all right at the start in Pittsburgh, but I think that was more to do with the system and the offense around him than from a pure talent level. So Chase Edmonds owners will be pretty happy, and because they've been high on him before this offseason, they're probably going to be higher on him now. So yeah, out of the two, I'd want Edmonds. Top 15, probably not, but like I said, there's definitely going to be opportunity there with that extra game as well. What's your thoughts, Sally?
Yeah, I think if I have Chase Edmonds on my team right now, I'm definitely trying to sell him. I think the opportunity is there to sell high, well, as high as you can do. I think kind of obviously it'll be a committee with them too. In terms of will I end up with any shares of these? Probably not. I think that they're both in that range where I'm trying to grab wide receivers. I'll typically go running back early. So, but yeah, if they're my running back free or in my flex play, then I'm happy with that. But definitely not as my RB2. But yeah, Chase Edmonds, I think it's a good opportunity to sell as high as you can on it right now.
I would say, just for dynasty purposes, both of them completely unrestricted free agents in 2022, being James Conner and Chase Edmonds. So obviously this is Conner's second team, but for Edmonds, that does bring a little bit of an opportunity to maybe explore his options elsewhere, maybe be part of an even better committee with a better role, or have his own job if this year goes well for him.
Yeah, that is an interesting point, that if he has another good season, he could get his pick. Really, might want to be kept in Arizona. He might have a better offer from elsewhere. So definitely one to keep an eye on. And we'll now move on to the wide receiver core for the Cardinals. I know we've got a couple of questions because it's a very interesting position for the Cardinals.
Yeah, we'll start with DeAndre Hopkins. He's currently being drafted as the wide receiver 10 in dynasty startups. He's obviously getting on a bit in age, but he's still that target hog of the team. Are you guys still happy to have him as your wide receiver 1 on your team? His current ADP is wide receiver 10, being drafted at the back of the 4th round.
I'm absolutely good with Hopkins as my wide receiver 1. The only time he wasn't one was when he had Brock Osweiler, and the Texans literally traded a 2nd-round pick with him to get him off their team.
That's amazing.
Sorry, Kai. Had to bring that up.
Listen, I just live here. I am not a Texans fan.
You're just a sufferer on the bystand.
I just live here. I don't know.
Going back with Hopkins, if he's your wide receiver 1, taking him at the 4'11", 4'12" range, that means you either double tapped quarterback, double tapped running back, or have mostly a combination of those 2 positions in your first 3 picks. That means you're already set at the positions with more volatility. You already know what you're going to get from Hopkins. You're going to get 130 targets. You're going to get well over 1,100 yards. You're going to get 6 to 8 scores. And that's what you're looking for from your wide receiver 1. Yeah, he's on the back end of his prime. He's probably at his peak value. But if you're looking to win now and you take him as your wide receiver 1, got to be feeling pretty going into the season.
Or if just the way the draft board has fallen to you, if that's where he's going in startup drafts, I mean, you can't tell me that's not an intriguing wide receiver 2.
Yeah,
I mean, then your team is set up, and you don't have to worry about that position until much later on in the draft. Sometimes I like to do that. It's hard to feel that way at running back, just because those guys, their spans are so short that you want to churn through them. But at wide receiver, I would feel more than comfortable with taking a couple of those guys early, and then just waiting and then picking up the scraps. But what intrigues me the most about Hopkins, I feel like he's right in that middle of the wide receiver ones, right? He's not one of the elite guys that we think of anymore as Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, those guys, but he's not, down towards the end of that group either. I feel like he's right in the middle. But last year, he's on a brand new team, brand new offense, very limited training camp, no preseason, Zoom meetings all the time, and he comes right out the gate as the destruction nuke that he is. So if he can take another step and get back towards, even though he's getting towards the back half of his career, if he can get towards the front half of the wide receiver ones this year, then he might go even a little bit higher next offseason.
Yeah, I mean, look at his last few years. He's top 5, like automatic. He's so good. I have my reservations about him moving teams. If he'd get the volume, how he'd be in a different spot. You never know how he's going to be used. There's a lot of talk that Cliff Kingsbury he distributes it all over the place, but again, he was used like a magnet. 160 targets, 10 a game. He's just an automatic guy. I think he's probably still undervalued. Wide receiver 10. He could be higher. I mean, we look at age 28, and that is why he's lower. But you're playing Dynasty, you're thinking about 2 and 3 year windows, and you've got to think there's guys going above him in Dynasty startups where over the next 3 years they're not going to be outscoring him. So yeah, I think Hopkins, great value at the back of the 4th, and I think just considering like your strategy in your startups, if let's say you've got 104, 105, and you start with Kyler Murray, you've potentially got a stack option in the 4th for the back of the 4th with Nuke Hopkins. And I know stacking, it's more of a best ball theory as such, but people are clocking on now and they're starting to use it in redraft and dynasty as well. That's absolutely giving you such a higher ceiling to win your weeks if there is a big game. And just the last thing on Hopkins that I remember from last season, that Hail Mary play against the Bills, that was just the best play of the season for me.
And that clip of Kyler Murray smiling before he threw it to Hopkins, that sticks in my mind. Yeah.
I love that.
But yeah, and then just one last thing, the stacking. I don't mind it. Sometimes if it feels right, then do it. You don't hold back. But just in Dynasty, even more than redraft, it puts a magnifying glass on that. Or what's the opposite? It makes it big. It makes that decision even bigger, where the highs are even higher and the lows are even lower. Because if you're stacking a situation and that situation blows up, then you have even more value. And if you're stacking it and it doesn't work out, then you lose even more value. So you just have to keep that in mind with how you're building your team. Does it feel right? Does it feel right? Is stacking right for you? That's what you have to figure out. But I think if it lines up where he's the next pick, I don't mind doing that at all.
Indeed. We'll have to see how stacking goes. I know in one of our Fantasy Wildcard teams that me and Matt have started, we've gone for the Dak and the Cooper stacks, and we've got a bit of Jarwin in there as well. So that is crazy coming from an Eagles fan like myself. So and Matt's a Giants fan, so it's even worse. It's just like, what are we doing?
Oh Lord.
We had a meltdown. Don't know what happened, but yeah, we'll keep it at the wide receiver core. It's like we said, it's very exciting. Next guy I want to talk about is, it's 2 guys actually, Rondale Moore and Christian Kirk. Just how pleased you are with Rondale's landing spot and where you stand on Christian Kirk in Dynasty. And to give context, Moore's ADP is wide receiver 51 and Kirk's ADP is a mind-boggling wide receiver 84.
Oh, Rondale Moore. Rondale is king. Just leaving it at that.
Go off on him.
They don't care about size, clearly. Taking Kyler 101, Rondale with their first pick in the 2nd. He is an elite athlete, to say the least. He can do in all facets of the game. Dominated as a true freshman at Purdue against some of the better competition in the Big Ten. Went off in the 2 games against Ohio State. Other than Sean Wade, that entire secondary is top 2 round picks. went off for 178 yards in the 2 games. On his 148 targets as a true 18-year-old freshman, kid can barely drive, had 114 grabs, 1258, and 12 as a freshman, with another 744 in the return game. 2,000 yards as a true freshman. I saw Ray Garvin comp him to Steve Smith, and that's just as spot on as it can get. The play style, he moves like a running back with the ball in his hands. He's so aggressive. He's so dangerous when he has the ball in his hands. They put him on the outside. Kyler is going to get him the ball quick. They put him in the slot. He's going to get off the line incredibly fast with that incredible footwork and create a lot of those layup throws for Kyler. I truly think Rondale Moore will have 100 targets this year. Looking at how Christian Kirk had 79 last year. The corpse of Larry Fitzgerald had 72. You put a freak athlete in the slot with what Kyler wants to do, with what Cliff wants to do with that offense. I truly think he's going to be a top 24 receiver this year.
That's amazing.
I see.
Well, all right. You started the fire, and I feel like I can do 2 things. I can grab some tinder and some more fuel and toss it on, or I can grab my wet blanket, which is what I'm going to do, and try to put this fire out and save some of these dynasty teams from Rondale Moore. Look, he's very talented. I appreciate everything he's done in college. There are 2 things that worry me. One is he's surrounded by DeAndre Hopkins and a bunch of other guys that do what he does. So he's going to need to, and I think he can, but he's going to need to beat out Christian Kirk and Andy Isabella and these guys that they've invested in, which is fine. They could do that. Obviously, they weren't satisfied. They spent the pick on him. They're not satisfied with their wide receiver core as is, but I feel like Nuke sucks a lot of oxygen out of this offense. And there's room for other wide receivers to have success. I don't know that there's room for another top 24 wide receiver unless we see Kyler having a big jump. I think this offense is great for what he does well. I think that's going to work phenomenally, like you were saying. If I had to pick of the 32 starting quarterbacks, which one am I going to be concerned about? It's going to be the shortest starting quarterback. Seeing him, if it's not a problem, but at the same time, it's hard to see why it wouldn't be. That's the problem with him. Is if he were, if Kyler's throwing to these trees like Nuke and AJ Green, then his height's not a problem. If Rondale Moore's catching balls from guys, like Josh Allen and some of these trees at quarterback, that's not a problem. Kyler Murray can get out of the pocket. He has ways that he can see the field. It just makes it a little bit harder when his receiver is harder to see as well. Rondale Moore can get open. I'm not going to be concerned about that at all. I just don't know if there's room in this offense for another guy as long as Nuke's there. I don't think the height's going to be as big a problem as other people will, but I'm not going to ignore it either. So I like where he's going in Dynasty, but I think it's going to take a minute, and it might take Nuke, reaching that age 30 season and kind of taking some step back for Rondale to really show us what he's got.
Gonna add a little more fuel to the Rondale Moore fire.
Got some kerosene in there?
I got a little more. I got some kerosene on me.
Bring it.
So Kyler, his rush attempts went up by 40. Not all of them were designed rush plays. We could assume only, we'll say 30% of them were. So that still leaves about another 30 or so targets taken away from those non-design runs. Assuming those targets went solely to Larry Fitzgerald or Christian Kirk, that would have meant 2 receivers over 100 targets. I think with Moore's ability so close to the line, that I think he would be able to get that ball in his hands quicker rather than him scrambling, being like, oh, I can't get the throw down the field. I'm going to have to take off. Oh, I can't get anywhere. Oh, Rondale's right here. Let me give him a quick layup ball.
Very interesting indeed. I love the flames on flames, I guess. Rondale Moore, I love that. Any closing thoughts on Rondale and Christian Kirk? I know we've got our co-host Matt sat in the lobby, so I'll be hoping for some positive words about Christian Kirk.
I'm afraid I can't give him any, to be honest. I think Rondale's a big upgrade on Kirk. I'm definitely in the Rondale camp. It's just for me whether he can stay healthy. We've seen his injury struggles in college. If he does, absolutely he can be wide receiver 2 on this team. And the sky's the limit. We've seen what he can do. He's physically he's gifted, he's strong, he's fast. So he's got everything. So for me, just if he can stay healthy, then absolutely.
Yeah, I think Kai's dog really summed up Christian Kirk really well on that.
He went 59 minutes and he was totally fine with everything, but he couldn't just stand my slander on his boy Rondale Moore. I don't get it. I mean, I'm gonna have to get him a jersey now, one of those little dogs.
I love that. That's superb. So that brings us to the end of the Cardinals. Brings us to the end of an hour with the Ball Blast football boys. So. First of all, just thank you for coming on and coming on the stream, supporting the show, supporting the charity streamathon. So please tell the audience about where they can find you and anything you've got coming up in the near future.
Kai, you can start it off.
Yeah, I'm obviously overall at Ball Blast Football, doing some writing over there, doing some editing over there. This is sort of a slower time of the year, but it doesn't mean we don't have stuff in the works cooking. There's all kinds of articles on there. Check it out. Check out the podcast. We have a new Dynasty podcast as well, just relaunched. So check that out, the Ball Blast Dynasty Playbook with John and Jake and Victoria. So go check those guys out. And then thank you guys for doing this. Obviously, thanks for letting us on. It's been fun to chat with you guys about these teams. I feel like we're smarter. I feel like the audience is smarter. And I hope that people take out their checkbooks or credit cards or whatever they're using these days, your PayPal, your Venmo, take whatever you got, toss it these guys' way for doing this. There's so much good that can be done with this money, and any that you guys have is going to be appreciated. Thank you so much for doing that. And yeah, I just had a blast.
Yeah, Kev, Ali, thank you again, you guys, for having us on. Great cause. As soon as Kate even reached out and was like, hey, like, this is what they're doing, I looked more into it, saw that it was mine that you guys were supporting. I was like, I absolutely need to get on. It was great chopping it up with you guys, getting to talk some ball. Long time listener, first time caller, but it was for a great cause, and I was really glad to be here. You can find all my written stuff on Ball Blast, but behind the scenes, I am working on something with a triple play fantasy, which should be coming out in the next week or so.
Yeah, and I think as well, just before you guys go, it'd be rude of us not to mention the recent Ball Blast ballsy bracket that's been going on. I know two of our biggest hype men. We've got the Dynasty Island was in the final with Best Ball UK NFL, Tom Strachan, the two big fans of our show, and it was great to see them guys in the final of that. So that got a lot of traction this week. It was great to be voting from the several burner accounts that I do have. So yeah, thanks for coming on, guys, and all the best.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely, and don't go anywhere. These guys got 2 more hours. So
yeah, a couple more hours.
Don't leave just because we're leaving. I know you're tempted. Don't do it. Stick around.
Nope, catch some more great game.
Yeah, keep it here. Thank you, guys. See you later.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
Right, Ali, it's also a goodbye from you now, isn't it? We're going to be bringing...
I just want to tip my hats off to you and Matt. You've worked really hard putting this together, and I know you've been at your brother's today, so it couldn't have been the easiest for you, Kev. I know I'm flagging myself, so you started 2 hours before me and you're finishing 2 hours after me. So honestly, hats off to you, and all the money raised is because of your hard work, both of you.
I appreciate your kind words, Ali. It's a team effort, all 3 of us. We've done a great job so far. We've got a little bit longer to go, but yeah, it's been a fantastic day. We're entering the final 2 hours, the final half of the final show. So very exciting, indeed, and appreciate your efforts throughout today, Ali. So
yeah, I just want to, before we let Ali go, I just want to say a massive thank you, Alec. Obviously, you're quite new to joining me and Kevin, and the fact that you even we're happy to join us. It really means a lot. And yeah, you've been a great addition. You've helped me get through a lot. It would have been tough if it was just me and Kev on his own. So yeah, really appreciate it, mate. And it's been great.
No, thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me to do this, raising money for this awesome charity. Just well done to both of you. You've worked incredibly hard, and I've been watching throughout the day when I haven't been on, and it's been gripping. I haven't been able to turn off, so I'll be tuning in the last couple of hours and chilling out.
Love it.
Love that, yeah. Cheers, Ali. We'll boot you from stream now. It can't be too nice. But appreciate it. See you later.
See you later, guys. Take care.
Here we are.
Yeah, the final push.
Indeed.
Two more hours to go.
We're on our final division now, the AFC West. We'll be focusing on the Chargers and Broncos. Now, I'll let you lead the way, Matt.
Yes, as you mentioned, we're going to talk a little bit about the Chargers and the Broncos, and we've got a couple of great guests to come on and help us along the way. We've got one half of the Fantasy Nightcap and a fellow FF astronaut writer, and that's Fox, who you can follow on Twitter at carbonfox_FF. And then we've managed to sub in a late substitute. Obviously, as good friend Shane was unable to join us and join his co-host Fox. So we're super appreciative that we've managed to get in a late substitution. And we've got the Fantasy Football Tycoon, who you can follow on Twitter at FF_Tycoon. So we'll add them now. How you both doing, guys?
Good, man. How's it going, guys?
Hey, Matt. Hey, Kev. Thanks for having us.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's been a long day, but as we say, we're going to push on with this final division and having you both on. It's going to be a lot of fun to talk about these two AFC West teams.
Absolutely.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And you guys are hitting the midnight oil literally now.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. So before we start, I might as well ask Fox. You're on the Fantasy Nightcap, so I'm pretty confident that you're going to have a nice little drink with you. Do you want to just quickly let us know what you're drinking?
Yes. I
don't say water, because I would be very upset if it's
no.
If it's
I do have water, but I'm drinking Aviation Gin tonight or today. Your tonight.
Yeah, tonight. Tycoon, are you a drinker, or are you playing it safe like us, me and Kev? We're H2O all the way on this stream.
No, I am a drinker, but a little early for me today.
Yeah,
I had a little bit of a rough day yesterday. It was the second COVID vaccination for me, so feeling better today, but not ready to hit the sauce just yet.
Absolutely right. So we'll crack straight on and talk about this first team. It's going to be the LA Chargers to kick things off. So Kev, do you want to fire across your first question?
Yeah, we'll start as we always do at the QB position. Obviously, Justin Herbert, it was a revelation as a rookie. Finished top 10 for the season. He's currently going as the QB6. Just want to get you guys' thoughts on Herbert. Do you think he's the top 5 guy in your rankings? And just thinking about the guys he came into the league with last year, people like Joe Burrow and Tua. Just want to know if with them two guys having their improved weapons and situations, if they can get close to Herbert and potentially jump him in the near future.
I think he's top 5. I have him above both of those guys. I think Burrow would be the one that would jump him. I don't think Tua would, even with a little bit of an upgrade on his weapons. I just don't think he's got the same talent as Herbert does. So I would take Herbert there.
I don't view Herbert as a top 5 dynasty quarterback overall. I mean, I do think there's just enough proven talent already there above him. I think you can have him close. I do agree with Fox. I don't expect Tua to pass him. Burrow potentially, although ultimately I actually do think Herbert will have a better career or stay above Burrow. But I do think a couple of the guys in the current class that we don't know yet, why you can't rank them above Herbert yet, obviously, I think have a good chance. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence has a chance, and then some high ceiling but low floor guys like Lance and Fields. I mean, the sky's the limit for those guys. So for me, I'm still a little tempered. Admittedly, I was super wrong on Herbert. I had extremely low expectations for him coming in. Like many, Fox can attest to my terrible opinions, but he really has proved me wrong. And I'd probably got him in the top 7, 8, but top 5 is still a little much for me.
Yeah, like I said, I think we all kind of underestimated, didn't we, what Justin Herbert could do. In my rank, it's kind of interesting because I've got all three of those guys right next to each other. I've got Herbert as the QB8 and then Burrow as QB9, and I've actually got two as the QB10, which is probably
Nice.
probably a little higher than some, but
I like that.
We spoke about the Dolphins lately. I know, Kev, you're high on Tua a little bit like I was when he was coming into the NFL. So yeah, I've got all three of those guys close together, but we've seen what Herbert can do, the offense that he's got, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more with some of the weapons that he has. It's just all set up perfectly for Herbert to be one of the top fantasy quarterbacks, and he's going to have a really strong career, I think, in LA.
Yeah, and I think as well in your dynasty startups, you're often sat on the board and you'll have that decision between Justin Herbert, who did it as a rookie, and Trevor Lawrence, who's coming in as a rookie. And I just want to quickly throw it back to you guys. If you face that decision, just in a vacuum, who are you taking?
Man, I'd almost go with just what's proven and take Herbert, but I mean, I don't think you're wrong on either pick. I mean, I'm in a startup super flex right now, and Herbert went 3, and
Nice.
I got Dak at 9, and Lawrence
That is a
was 10.
steal.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't see him as a top 3 at all in that format, but I mean, I'll take Dak at 9. I was hoping to get Lawrence, but I was like, I think I'll just go with my guy because I'm a Cowboys fan, so I'll take what I know.
Yeah, the same. I would still lean Herbert and take the known quantity there.
Yeah, absolutely. Kev, would you do the same?
Yeah, I think obviously Trevor Lawrence is, as a college prospect, he was better than Herbert. He's better profile coming in, but it is that unknown. You know that Herbert's done it once. You'd like to see him maybe be in year 3 and do it another season before he can fully get on board. But yeah, I think if it was purely down to those two guys, I'd be just leaning Herbert a little bit, I think.
Yeah, it's always interesting when we talk about these rookies because we want to believe that they can achieve this incredible ceiling that we believe they can get. But when you're talking about Lawrence's ceiling, it's arguably going to be around what Herbert is already shown in the NFL. And as Fox just said, we've seen that proven commodity in Herbert. So yeah, I'm probably in the same boat. I'd take that guy that we know what he is. Whereas with Lawrence, we think we know what he is, and in college he's been absolutely dominant. But it's a different ballgame when you get to the NFL, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he takes to the NFL. But with that, we'll move on to the running back position. And when you talk about the LA Chargers, I think you've got to talk about Austin Eckler. His current ADP is the RB11, but I'm interested to know what you guys think could be his ceiling in 2021.
I'll let you take this one first, Tycoon.
Well, for 2021 specifically, his ceiling, I mean, I think his ceiling is top 5. I mean, if I were to finish my redraft rankings today, he'd probably be 6 or 7. And I feel like that still might be low selling him, assuming, PPR. Criminally underrated every year, Austin Eckler is. And I think with Herbert at the helm, I know he's not a dump-off machine the way Phillip Rivers was, but I mean, we still saw him have quite a lot of success with Herbert last year. I know Anthony Lynn is gone, but I don't expect that to change. I mean, outside of Keenan Allen, but he's their best weapon. So why would they not continue to utilize him heavily?
Yeah, Eckler is a good dude, isn't he? He's
a great guy.
He's a good dude. We'll let you go, Fox.
Yeah, I don't know if I could say top 5. I mean, he's definitely in my top 10. Like 8 to 10 is where I'd see him. I mean, like Tycoon is saying, he's got he's the second best, if not the first best, besides Allen on their team. So he's going to get the work. It's just, I don't know. He's a tough one to put in that area. The talent's there. I don't know. I think he's 8 to 10 for me.
Kev,
Yeah.
do you want to go? Because I don't know if you know, but I quite like Austin Eckler, so I'll let you take the first shot.
I mean, I would jump in the gun a bit then as well. So yeah, I think Yeah, I really like how he's used. The fact that he's a guy that's going to be getting 8 to 10 rush attempts, but it's really the pass usage that we love and that we crave for in Dynasty and in Fantasy. He's a guy that's going to be getting 100 targets. He got 108 in 2019. He got 65 in 10 games. Last season, it's on pace for 100 targets, and he's probably going to be getting 80, 90 receptions. I think, just thinking short term, that's fantastic. I think longer term, because he's not getting hammered in between the tackles all the time, you've got to love Eckler. I think, he's 26 years old. He's not got a ton of tread on the tyres. I love him. I actually thought that he would be going later than running back 11.
Same.
Yeah, that was the surprising part. I thought he'd be a little lower.
I don't know about your guys' thoughts, but he doesn't go running back 11 in my drafts. He used to go about 15, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do like him.
Yeah, just for me personally, I think Eckler is sealing it. I think he can be incredible in this offense, if I'm honest. We always talk about his reception and his ability in the receiving game. I think it's undeniable how good he is. And then we mentioned Justin Herbert coming in there. Admittedly, he's not going to be a guy like Phillip Rivers that dumps it off, but we saw it last season. He had a couple of games where he was getting those double-digit receptions. And I mean, when you're talking about a running back, that's pure gold when it comes to fantasy football, especially in PPR leagues. But then also touching on the Russian side of it, Kev, you just said 8 to 10, but he was actually averaging around 13 carries last year when he was on the field. So I think for me, it's just talking about the guys that he's competing in. He is a better fit to being in that committee. He's shown it with when Melvin Gordon was there. But now, have we got a running back of that kind of quality? I'd say not. When we've got guys like Jackson, Kelly as well. I've seen that he could potentially be on the roster bubble with the rookie coming as well, Larry Roundtree. So I mean, we're talking about those three guys. I don't know your feelings on Melvin Gordon, but none of those guys are anywhere near Melvin Gordon for me. So just all of that, it just points to Eckler absolutely smashing, I think, in 2021.
Yeah, it looks
no
like
response, so that must be a good sign.
It just looks like the goal line back's going to be Justin Herbert, so even better for him.
Yeah. So talking about a high quality running back, we'll now move on to the high quality wide receiver that the LA Chargers have got.
Oh yeah, this guy he's just been undervalued since you're born, I think. Keenan Allen, he's an automatic wide receiver when he's healthy. He's currently going wide receiver 12 in startups. He's 29 years old, which for a lot of people that's like the end of the road. But we know that we're playing on 2 and 3 year windows, and I think the style of player that he is leads really well into his 30s. So just get your guys' thoughts on Keenan Allen. How high are you on him? Is he fair to be going at wide receiver 12, which is round 5 in startups?
Oh, I think that's right where he should be. I think it's perfect. I mean, 29, I don't buy it. I think he still shows he's got every piece of what it takes. And as long as he's healthy, I'll take him at 12 all day. And especially with, Mike Williams, who is constantly hurt too. He's going to be the main focal point of that offense besides Eckler coming out of the backfield. But yeah, if I can grab him there, I'll take him.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, 29 for an elite receiver doesn't scare me off whatsoever. 12 feels about appropriate, once you factor in some of the extremely high ceiling guys and the younger, studs, the AJ Browns of the world. But this guy, he's a personal favorite too, but he's just a dog. He's the top target. His previous injury, riddled stuff was always a bit of a myth. I mean, he really never misses much time, as it was led to believe, outside of the injured spleen. So, I mean, there's nothing I don't love about Keenan Allen apart from his production, his style of play. Wide receiver 12, given the offense is in, like you said, his style of play. I mean, this is just it's perfect. I mean, the guy you designed in the lab almost, outside of Julio Jones. So WR12 feels right.
Yeah, a little bit like how we said with Austin Eckler. I'll be honest, I think I've seen him go a little later than the wide receiver 12, just because, as we just mentioned, there's all those younger guys in Dynasty. People always tend to gravitate towards those younger guys, but you can't get any safer, I don't think, than somebody like Keenan Allen. He constantly gets the targets. Tycoon, you just mentioned it about this. It's definitely a myth, this injury thing. I mean, he's missed 2 games in the last 4 years, so if that's injury ridden, then yeah, I don't want to see a guy that's missing more than 2 games in 4 years. But yeah, I think he's a great value as wide receiver 12, as you both just said. I think that's spot on.
Yeah, there's a couple of things for me on Keenan Allen. I think the first thing I just want to touch upon is being 29. I mean, he must have a fake ID, I think, because he just it's like McLovin off Superbad. He doesn't play like he's 29, and I just think 29. He's just, wow! Just I can't believe he's that old. He seems to have been doing it for.
It feels like age is just a number with Keenan, right?
Yeah. Just so consistent over time. The only pause I've got on Keenan Allen, because I've liked him for a while. I've always been higher than consensus. The only pause I've got is last season, week 15, the fantasy semis for a lot of people. It was an injury doubt, and he was on my bench in the semi-finals I was in. And then in the warm-ups, he's screaming down the camera, "Don't sit me." And obviously, playing on the heartstrings, he ended up in a lot of my lineups that week. And I mean, we know what happened. He dropped 2.6 fantasy points that week. So I was burnt by Keenan, but I wonder if that does play on players' minds, and maybe after something like that, what would have been a good time to go buy him. And if that still lingers on in people's memories, maybe I'm just holding a grudge against him for that. But yeah, it sticks with me. If he's screaming, "Don't sit me again," I'm going to sit him.
Well, that's when he goes off, though.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So we'll move on to the next wide receiver in the LA Chargers that I thought we could talk about a little bit more, and that's the rookie wide receiver that they selected in the 3rd round, Josh Palmer. It was kind of an interesting one to me, as a guy that I didn't really look into too much before the draft, so it was interesting to see him being selected in day 2. But I'm interested to know your guys' thoughts. Is he a potential interesting stash for you in Dynasty, given this landing spot we just spoke about, Keenan Allen and obviously Mike Williams as well? But then beyond that, there's very little. So yeah, what's your guys' feelings, and is this somebody you're looking to stash?
To be honest, I don't know much about him either. I would simply go with stashing him because, like I said earlier, Mike Williams is a hit or miss. I love him. I'll take Mike Williams everywhere, but he's not the most reliable to be in your lineup. So if you're looking for somebody else, that's who I would grab. But that's kind of one that I have more of that's who I'm going to look for this season, to kind of see how he is or how he works into the offense, if he does,
Yeah.
But other than that, I'd still lean Williams.
Yeah.
I think I'd still lean Williams too. I mean, I think he's still an interesting stash as a potential just depth play, only because while we've seen a couple of flash plays from Guyton and Johnson last season, just purely as an opportunity play, I think Palmer will have a shot there. I mean, he's got good size. He's 6'1", 210. Not particularly flashy in the speed department, but just based off size, if he can show some precision with his route running, some chemistry with Herbert, he might have, a future as a bye week fill-in for you as far as fantasy concerns go.
Yeah, I feel a bit outnumbered on this pod. I think I've joined a show with Mike Williams' fan club, so I'm gonna have to choose my words carefully here. I mean, Josh Palmer, first of all, we spoke on our last show, Matt, didn't we? You're higher on him than me. I think if you're buying into Palmer, it's because you're buying into Justin Herbert. I don't think he's talented, but situation is pretty decent. Mike Williams is up after the season. There's a clear pathway to him being the wide receiver 3 this season on the team, like say Guyton, Tyron Johnson. They're not world beaters. So opportunity-wise, it's potentially there, but I think just my thoughts on the Chargers. I won't spoil it about tight end, but 4 guys I want are Herbert, Eckler, Allen, and a tight end who I won't mention just in case it's someone who we don't expect.
I'll just quickly touch up on Palmer as well. We mentioned it a little while ago on his last show that is a guy that, for me, it's not really the talent when it comes to Palmer. It is, you mentioned, Kev, the quarterback situation. We've got a gunslinger in Justin Herbert. So whenever we're talking about a quarterback like that, you're going to be interested in any wide receiver that sees the field. And I do think he's got a great shot at slotting in as that wide receiver 3 with the LA Chargers. It's also kind of interesting as well. On us a little while ago, we had Jeremy and Ryan on, and we were speaking a little bit about guys like Nico Collins and Des Fitzpatrick, and I was saying, is it more the opportunity that we're leaning on, or is it the talent, or a bit of both? And when it comes to Nico Collins, we said it was the talent. I said, if I gave you a 20-22 second, would you take that for Collins? And they both said no, because they believed in the talent. But then with Fitzpatrick, it was more the landing spot, and that's kind of where I am with Palmer. It's not really the talent, if I'm being honest, that I'm excited about. It's just this offense and the potential opportunity that we're seeing, and if he does make a strong start to the season, is one of those guys that Kev, you like to mention, that just give me that 1-2 good weeks, and I'm going to put you on the trade block and hopefully get a little return in value. So if you're getting him in this 3rd round of your rookie drafts, and you can get him get a 2nd round pick for him, then that just feels like a win to me.
I think the interesting predicament you've got is, if you're taking Palmer this year, you obviously like him for his situation. Let's say he has an average rookie season. What we expect of him, he's wide receiver 3, he gets a decent amount, a few solid games. Mike Williams leaves. You've then got him next off season. You've got that attachment to him, that you've got a better situation. You've seen him perform. You've got to then make that decision. Do I move on from this guy that I've bought in round 3? And we all love to get a later round player and ride him out and say, look at me, I'm a legend. Or you can potentially move him on at the fear that he might be moved on. So not just Josh Palmer, but anybody you take in any draft, when the situation does improve, if they're a lesser known guy, it's an interesting predicament to go with your head or your heart, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what I was going to say is, I don't think Williams comes back. So that intrigues me with Palmer a little more, especially how he plays this season, plays a bigger part on what you're leaning with, your head or your heart there. If Williams leaves, and Palmer has a decent season, not great, not whatever, just, okay, he was there, I would keep him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially with Allen getting a little bit, older, but it doesn't seem like that's going to affect him. But it could be a year or 2 before anything's relevant with him. But I think he'd be a hold if Williams leaves.
Yeah, because then there's obviously that draft capital as well, as we mentioned. It was selected in the 3rd round, so it's a day 2 wide receiver at the end of the day. And if we are going to get that situation where Williams moves on, we just mentioned with Allen getting up there in age as well, there's at least a shot to be the wide receiver 2, potentially even next season. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out with Mike Williams. Kev, I know you're not the biggest fan of Mike Williams, but you're talking to 3 guys that quite like Mike Williams, so just be careful what you say.
I'm just thinking about Keenan Allen holding a McLovin. He's still cracking me up, that.
I need to make that a t-shirt.
So talking about guys that are getting up there in age, and you kind of hinted at it, Kev. We'll talk about the tight end position with the LA Chargers.
Yeah, I was going to say tight end 1 for the Chargers, Donald Parham, but yeah, because we're keeping it on the old theme. It's not that at all. It's Jared Cook. 34 years old. He's no spring chicken. I just want to get you guys' thoughts with him being a veteran tight end that you can get in round 13 of startups, a tight end 20. Just wonder what your thoughts are on the strategy of him being the ideal veteran combination tight end if you're taking Kyle Pitts early in your startup drafts. And what's your thoughts on Cook being a top 10 tight end this season again? He was a tight end 5 in 2018, tight end 7 in 2019. So he's done it previously, but he's now 34. I just wanted your thoughts on Cook.
I actually really like this landing spot for him. I think if he does, he finishes as the 10, 9 or 10. I think, and it's going to come down to touchdowns, but I think that this is a good offense for him to be in. And I know he's pretty much up there in age, but I think that with Herbert slinging the ball around, I think this is perfect for him. I think it'll be Allen and Cook when it comes down to the red zone when they're looking for somebody there. And if you can get him late, I mean, I would pass on the big guys, and if you can get him, like you're saying, in that 13th, I'll take that all day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I agree with your last point there in particular. I mean, it's going to be him and Allen all day in the red zone. Yeah, I do think him landing in the top 10 is very much a possibility, even likely. I mean, tight end's a bit of a mess after the top 3, 4, depending on how you feel. The point separation between 4 and 18 or so was, I think, less than 20 points last year. So, I mean, it's really the matter of who gets the extra couple of touchdowns over the other. And really, as we've discussed, the main 2 weapons being Allen and Eckler for the Chargers, that then leaves Cook, again, as one of the main red zone weapons. So I do think he is very likely to be in that 9-10 spot. I agree fully with Fox. And as far as somewhat handcuffing him with a younger tight end, if you're going to draft somebody like a Pitts early in the startup, yeah, perfect guy for that. Absolutely perfect. I think there's another year or 2 of solid production coming out of Cook. Obviously this year with the situation, and if he's able to spend one more year with LA or land with another good offense, I think we can see it even one more time.
Kev, what's your feelings on Jared Cook then?
I mean, I've just got a seal of approval from our guest, really. I mean, Jared Cook, it was me basically pitching that is the thing to do, and yeah, took the bait, love it. Yeah, I think Jared Cook is an ideal guy to be going for.
Yeah.
I guess regardless of what tight end you take, really. I mean, as your tight end 2, he's got tight end 1 upside every week he plays, so. Yeah. You can do a lot worse. Ideally, you do want to blend your tight ends in terms of age if you're getting really deep into it, but I don't see a problem with you having a guy like, I don't know, George Kittle and Jared Cook, for example. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, big fan of Cook. Outside of Keenan Allen and Eckler, you know my thoughts on the others. So there's plenty there for him. I mean, Hunter Henry, he's been tight end 1 several years on the trot, so I don't see it being any different year to year with Jared Cook. It's just if he can hold out. He actually did have a bit of a late breakout as such. His first tight end 1 season came in his 30s, so he might be like a fine wine.
Just going to say.
Another one of these aging tight ends that's going to no doubt burn us when they start to look like they're the real deal and then just fade away. But yeah, I'm at fear of sounding like a broken record with these tight ends at around this ADP, but there's plenty of them that's in this wasteland after you get beyond the top guys. I think it's just pick your poison with a lot of these guys. There's plenty that have got that opportunity, and Cook's sort of one of those guys that steps into a team where he's got the opportunity is arguably going to be one of the biggest red zone threats for the Chargers. So that alone gives you that touchdown upside. And then, as we mentioned, there's not really a whole deal beyond the receiving weapons that they have. So yeah, yet another guy that you can get late on in your drafts and's got that potential to be a fantasy tight end 1. But as we say, it doesn't take much to become a fantasy tight end 1. So with that, we'll move on and get away from this tight end talk, because it's starting to get to me now talking about these low end tight ends and how they can become tight end 1. So we'll move on to the next team, and that's the Denver Broncos. And Kev, I'll let you fire away with the quarterback question.
Yeah, so just lastly before we move on to the Broncos, got a lovely comment from Rich.
I was hoping we could avoid this. That's why I tried to move on.
Yeah, as you know, Matt's big on the tight end strategy. He plays every league like a tight end premium, so we just had to get that cheeky little dig in there before we move on to the Broncos. But yeah, the Broncos, an interesting QB situation with them. We thought that they might. Well, they still might be in for Aaron Rodgers. We thought that they might take Justin Fields. They didn't. They end up with Teddy Bridgewater, who actually quite like, to be honest, but I'll hold off. I won't be too biased to swing your votes in any way at all. Obviously, he's in a QB competition with Drew Lock, so just want to know who you guys think will be the starting QB, and what do you think they can achieve in this offense in 2021 with these exciting weapons?
I'm actually with you. I like Bridgewater too. I think he takes the job. And I think this could be, I mean, I'm not a fan. If I could avoid either one, I would. But if, I had to take one, it'd be Teddy. And I think he's your starter day one. I think he's a better fit in this offense, and he gets Sutton back. So I think he'll have a decent amount of weapons. And, I mean, I still think they make a play for Rodgers, but I think Teddy's your starter day one. But if I could avoid it, I would.
Whew, all right, yeah. So I disagree. I think Locke will be your starter week one. I think he's going to be on a pretty short leash with Teddy. Obviously, they're not happy with Locke, and that's why they brought Teddy in. And I do think Rodgers is not necessarily off the table or any other level of QB upgrade. I think anything falls into their lap, Jono is going to jump at it. And I think, to a degree, I can understand why Teddy might make sense. A little bit more of a game manager style. Denver does have a strong defense, might lend them, they can cut turnovers a bit, might give them a better chance to win some of these games. On the flip side, they play in a high-powered division. They're going up against Herbert and Mahomes twice a year. And as far as offensive ceiling goes, Locke is who gives you that. No, plain and simple. He's going to take the shots, and they're not always going to hit. But we have seen, some of the good Locke games, and I do think just simply his willingness and ability to take deep shots and be a bit of a deeper threat, hopefully open up things, especially with now a second talented back there in Javonte Williams, and having Sutton back as well, as Fox alluded to, will hopefully help Locke be a little bit cleaner as the season goes along.
If Locke is the starter, does he remain the starter for the season in your eyes?
I'm not totally confident in that, no. He will have one of those games.
I'll try and level up the playing field, and I'll agree with Tycoon that I think Locke will be the starter week one, but echoing what he just said, I think it's going to be on a very short leash. Teddy Bridgewater, but Kev, we mentioned it a little bit when he was with the Panthers that we both think he's a capable quarterback, and he's probably the ideal quarterback to be supporting Locke if he doesn't take that step in when he starts, hopefully in the 2021 season. If he does struggle, I'd argue that Bridgewater's probably the ideal quarterback to have behind him, and they got him for next to nothing. I mean, what was it, like a 5th round pick that they paid to acquire him? So yeah, I think with that, it's a short leash. I just think with the weapons, it's something obviously we're going to talk about a little bit more moving on with the stream. But I think with those weapons that they've got in Denver, it's why we'd be quite excited if Aaron Rodgers was to go to Denver. It's exciting because of those weapons. So, I mean, Drew Lock, he's got no excuse. We've mentioned Sutton coming back. They've added Javonte Williams as well, which is obviously having a really strong running game's always going to help your quarterback, especially one that's struggling. So, yeah, I'm going to say he's going to start week one. But to answer your question, Fox, I don't think he'll be the starter right through the season.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to preach that I'm knowledgeable or the oracle or anything like that, but it was plain to see that you could connect the dots with Teddy Bridgewater to the Broncos. The fact that the Broncos got a new GM in George Patton, he was part of the front office in Minnesota when they took Teddy Bridgewater in round one. It just seemed inevitable that he was going to be, in my eyes, I thought he'd be a backup plan. Maybe someone they'd go for after the draft. So they traded for him before the draft. It was kind of like, they're going to have a shot at Justin Fields and they're not going to take him. And that's exactly what happened. So, I mean, just with the ties to the GM, I know GMs don't play on the field, but I think Bridgewater's going to make more starts than Locke, and whether it's Locke starting the season, I think that's potential. Yeah, they might give him one last chance, but it might be the same sort of chance that Mitch Trubisky had in Chicago, where he didn't do a lot wrong, to be honest, to start of last season. But because they brought in a coach's guy in Nick Foles, it was like one bad half of football and he was yanked. So yeah, it's a tough time to be Drew Lock. One last thing I'll say as well, just on the QBs, obviously your co-host Shane is not here today, which he double booked us, never mind. But I just want to say that Shane was actually in a startup with us recently. I think he took Teddy Bridgewater in round 8 or something like that, and then he followed him up with Drew Lock a few rounds later.
Yeah, he's obviously buying into that Denver offense. But you just said it, Kev, with Teddy Bridgewater. I mean, the clue's in the name, isn't it? Bridgewater is that perfect bridge quarterback, and it'll be interesting to see what they do moving forward. And I think it's all pointing towards a new quarterback coming in at some point in the near future with Denver. But we'll move onto the running backs, and it's quite an interesting topic because obviously they've just signed the rookie running back Javonte Williams. He's going to be a very popular selection in a lot of rookie drafts. But it's going to be interesting to see how this backfield plays out. Obviously Melvin Gordon is still in Denver. So what do you guys think in regards to 2021? How do you see this one playing out?
I love Williams here. I actually took him in our rookie draft that I'm in with Tycoon. After like 5 moves to get up to steal him from him, it just is even sweeter. It's a perfect place for him, and I mainly am going off of I don't think Gordon's coming back, so I don't think he's with the Broncos start of the season, and this is Williams' show. So I'm very high on him. If I know when talking to Tycoon, I told him I would probably take Carter over Williams at first, but I've flipped the switch on that one.
No, wrong. Come on, Fox, you know me. That's the wrong decision.
Honestly, if I could, I would take both in a rookie startup, but I don't know. I think this is one of the best landing spots for him. So I'm excited to see it, and I think he'll provide value day one.
I agree with Fox. I don't think Gordon will be with the Broncos to start 2021. I do think he will be cut, land with who knows where, Miami and Atlanta, whatever. And I do think that's going to make Denver Williams show. Now, that said, I do think if Gordon stays, just so we can have a little extra fun with the topic, if Gordon does stay with the Broncos, I really temper Williams' expectations majorly. And would expect him to be still more, really a bit of a timeshare, probably pretty close to 50-50. I still think Melvin is a very talented back, still has another good year or two left in the tank. So if he is on Denver's roster, Williams will be a little more eased in.
Yeah, go on. I'll let you finish.
So with that said, if you're drafting now, I'd stay higher on Gordon. And if the situation obviously changes or doesn't change, even as you get closer into August redraft season or startups at that time, obviously for startups you might still lean Williams anyways, but I would stay higher on Gordon than you might otherwise.
Yeah, obviously I tried jumping in early because I'm super excited about Javonte. I mean, what can I say really? He's going at the 109 in rookie drafts. I think I'd take him even earlier, to be honest. A lot of people would preach about dynasty that it's a long-term game. You're thinking 3 years into the future sometimes. And then there's this perceived bad landing spot because there's a 28-year-old running back on his way out, Melvin Gordon there. It doesn't make sense. He's had the run-in with the law where I think it did get dismissed, but yeah, it's not great. I just love Javonte Williams. He's my running back, I think 16, 17 in my rankings. I tend to put the rookie running backs higher actually than consensus. Both Harris and Etienne are in my top 10. So just following in line with those guys, I think running back 16 in startups, I love him. What a guy.
Yeah, I think the ideal situation is what Fox and Tycoon both just said. If Melvin Gordon goes, then it's absolutely wheels up, and wherever you're getting him in your rookie draft, it's probably going to be a steal because he's been drafted with that expectation that Gordon's probably going to stick around, and we might have to wait a year. It's going to be a little bit like how it was with J.K. Dobbins. How we're probably looking forward to after his rookie season, but. Yeah, I think if Melvin Gordon does stick around, that's when it becomes interesting because I think both of these guys, that you could argue they're fairly similar in their styles of play. They're both solid running backs and running the ball, but they can both contribute as well in the receiving game. So if they are both there, that's just when it becomes a bit of a headache, and you're gutted if you have drafted Javonte Williams. But yeah, if Gordon goes, then you've got a steal.
Yeah, I think even if Gordon stays, Williams takes over before the season's over.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that Gordon's gone, and that's unfortunate because I think he's going to kill the value of Gaskin in Miami. That's where I think he goes. But yeah, I think Tycoon's right. Maybe he's got a little bit left, but he's a running back I don't want any piece of.
Yeah, he's going to be one of those guys. He's going to kill somebody's fantasy value, whether it's Javonte Williams or, as you say, if he gets cut, it's you're looking at teams like Atlanta and Miami. So yeah, just a guy that we're not a fan of, are we, in fantasy? Unless you own him, then obviously you're hoping that
get him on the Jets.
Yeah, oh no,
Crush cat.
Don't do that to me, Carl. That is a tough thing to think about. So with that, we're going to move on because you're upsetting me.
Yeah, we'll get that out your
and we'll move on to the wide receiver position, Kevin. And I'll let you fire your question across.
Yeah, we'll get a better image in your head here. The wide receiver off the Broncos. It's a good looking bunch when you think about it all. Just focus on the main two guys really. Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy. There's a lot of debate on who's the better one to own in Dynasty. Got Sutton at ADP of wide receiver 24 and Jeudy at the ADP of wide receiver 31. I've actually seen it both ways, where some drafts Jeudy goes for Sutton and then other drafts the other way around. So just want to know, who do you think's the better guy to have in Dynasty out of those two guys?
I'll let Tycoon take this one first.
Well, you know what I'm going to say. I am definitely going to say Jerry Jeudy is my preference as a Dynasty asset. I'm a big fan of Jeudy. Loved his profile coming out. I actually think he had quite a good rookie season, especially considering the many obstacles faced. Obviously, shortened preseason due to COVID, limited work. Drew Lock. I mean, that's not gone away yet, but eventually it will. And he dealt with one of the worst catchable ball rates in the entire league. And I know that's a subjective stat, but no matter how you slice it, when you rank somewhere 115th in a category, that's no good. So I still think the sky's the limit for him. And this is no slight on Sutton. I'm actually a big Sutton fan as well. But I do think Jeudy has star potential. We saw him with the drops, obviously, but we also make some huge plays. And I think that's only can continue. I mean, he's a great athlete. He's a great route runner. He's got good speed. I do think the drops will improve. I think you'll see the hands really tighten up. And I think the sky's still the limit, especially once they get a legitimate quarterback there.
Yeah, you go, Fox. I thought you was gonna just I'll let you go.
I was leaning more Sutton, but after I've talked to Tycoon more and more about Jeudy, I kind of lean the other way. I like Sutton more, but for the ADP, I would rather just wait and take Jeudy, hoping that Lock is gone. And to me, honestly, this is like I kind of see this as a Cooper Gallup situation where I don't think you're wrong with either one. I think Sutton's still going to have more of the consistent games, but Jeudy will have he'll have a higher ceiling, and he'll give you those bigger weeks like what Gallup will do. So I love this receiving core. I think if I'm happy with either one, but if I had to wait and know I'm getting Jeudy, I'll take that instead.
Yeah, you've literally took the words out of my mouth, actually. Yeah. literally word for word. I was just going to sit on the fence and say both. At the current cost, you'd be happy with both because,
right?
Just imagine if I think it's unlikely that Aaron Rodgers does leave Green Bay, but let's say he ends up in Denver, they're not going at them prices. I think even next off season, they'll be in the QB stakes again, no doubt. I think. Like it says in his name, Teddy Bridgewater. He's not the long-term solution. He's a good guy to have around. I think he's an ideal backup, an ideal guy that's going to bounce around and sort of help the younger guys a little bit like. Well, he's better than Tyrod, but a little bit like a Tyrod that comes in, he plays a game or two, hands it on to the next guy, etc. He's got a role in the NFL for sure. But yeah, I like both these guys. I can't pick.
Yeah,
I don't think either one's wrong, and that's what I think makes it feel good. But yeah, I'll take the later guy's ADP just for the fact that I can probably get someone else first, and then knowing you're getting a similar talent just a little bit later.
Yeah, I agree with that. You've just said what I was going to say, basically, that both of these wide receivers, they're both great fantasy assets. And just touching on Judy a little bit as well, if we're going to talk about his rookie season, he had just over 850 receiving yards. If this was any other year, that would be a fantastic rookie season for a wide receiver. But it's because we've had guys like CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins to an extent. Just seeing those guys blow up as a rookie, it's been such a surreal rookie class because we all thought these guys were going to struggle. Just talking about the off season and with COVID and everything that happened, we all expected these wide receivers to struggle, and just seeing what they've done, it's a shock to me that we're talking about Jerry Jeudy and the fact that he's had over 850 receiving yards, and we're going to say that it's nothing special any other year. It's an incredible rookie season.
Couldn't agree more.
When Tycoon told me, like when I saw the stats, it's one of those things that had you not told me that, I would have thought he had maybe 500 yards. So it's kind of one of those things that he, was surprisingly good. But I think it was just because the offense looked so bad that it kind of overshadows the fact that, okay, this dude's talented and is the right fit here. It's just he has quarterback issues.
He had a couple of bad drops too that I think people had a hard time forgetting.
Yeah. So we'll move on to another wide receiver. He's definitely not the sexy option when you're talking about all these stud offensive weapons that Denver have got, but it's KJ Hamler. I think people are forgetting actually that it was a second round pick by the Broncos, a guy that I was actually quite intrigued by in that 2020 class, just because of, as I say, that second round draft capital that he had and what he could bring to this offense. So I'm interested to know, do you think that it can have any kind of relevance in 2021, or do you just think that, as we say, with that level of competition that he is in Denver, do you think he struggles to help us in fantasy?
It depends who the quarterback is. If it's Locke, I'm out. If it's Locke, I want Patrick. I don't want Hamler. If it's Teddy, I'll take Hamler. But I think that with Sutton being out, and I think Locke and Patrick had a connection, and I think that comes through if Locke is your quarterback. I think that holds, especially with Hamilton being gone. I think that plants Patrick a little bit more. I like him over Hamler regardless, but I think it just depends who your quarterback is, in my opinion. But I mean, Hamler's value, if he's wide receiver 95, I mean, you're happy with that. You're getting him for free.
Yeah, he should be extremely affordable. I suppose not a guy I'd mind having, but regardless of quarterback, I actually also like Patrick over Hamler. So in my mind, he's WR4 and option 6 or 7 at best. I mean, once you factor in Williams, Fant, I do think, he might have a splash play once in a while, but he's a guy that's just going to get kind of lost in the shuffle due to all the competition.
Yeah, I just think with the level of weapons in that offense, you're hoping for an injury for him to get more playing time. Exactly. But then you just think as well, if he was in the lineup, let's say Jeudy got injured, for example, I don't think he'd get a lot of targets. So I think it'd just go more to Sutton and more to Fant. So yeah, I don't see the upside as a long-term play. And when I was talking about Hamler, my best ball alert was going off in my head that he's someone that's good for that format, but I just wouldn't be comfortable starting him even if you knew he was going to be in 3 wide receiver sets consistently. So I guess I'm lower than, well, I'm low on Hamler. I can't be lower than most because he's wide receiver 95. But yeah, I haven't got him anywhere. I think he's a better real life player than fantasy player.
Certainly,
absolutely.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So we'll move on and talk a little bit about the Denver tight end, Kev.
Yeah, we'll finish on the Broncos on high. Actually, we've got Noah Fant, who a lot of people are low on him. Actually, it's very interesting considering what happened last season with ever since he's come in with a QB situation, Flacco and then Locke, and it's been a tough start. But I guess the question about Noah Fant is, can he have the breakout with the current QB situation, and where does he rank for you guys in Dynasty? Just to give some perspective, tight end 7 is where he's going currently in startups in round 8.
Yeah, I think his ADP is fair. In our main league with Tycoon, I have Jarwin and Gesicki were my guys, and I made a trade for Fant and ended up trading him again to get a first, and that ended up turning into Pitts. So at first I was like, oh shit, did I kind of make the wrong move and sell somebody that I know I can't get a better price for? But then knowing I have Pitts, like, that makes me feel a little bit better. But he was just one of those guys that I didn't know what to do with, because like you said, he's kind of his quarterback play has been iffy, but he's proven it at times that he can be this stud. And I think that's the problem, is there's no consistency to be like, okay, yes, I think if he stays consistent, he's top 5. I think he's a freak athlete. He's got what you need, but I just don't, even with Teddy coming in, I don't think he's not a top 5 guy. I think he stays in that 7 to 10 range, but if you're in a startup taking him at 7, I'm okay with that. It's just one of those guys that he's so hard to figure out.
Yeah, to answer your question, Kev, I don't know that he can truly break out with the current QB situation. With that said, I do think his dynasty ADP of tight end 7 is just about where I'd have him. I might even have him 6, actually. I do think just as a talent, that's where he's at. And also, as you alluded to a little earlier, absolutely expect the Broncos to be in the quarterback market again next offseason. Unless Locke turns into Aaron Rodgers this season, I expect a new quarterback there when 2022 starts. So that keeps me very optimistic about his prospects. And yeah, outside of that elite few, I mean, I think he's right there with Hawkinson and Andrews and Pitts as that next group. I mean, I know, let's not even get into Pitts talk. That's a whole nother topic right now. But I'm a huge Fant guy. I'm actually who traded him to Fox, but he offered me a good deal. What can I say? And so I would say even taking him there as of now for this upcoming season is a good spot. As Fox again alluded to, inconsistency is there, but that's just the nature of the tight end position. That's every tight end except for the elite few. So give me that all day long, especially with the higher long-term prospects.
Exactly.
Kev, what's your feelings on Fant?
Oh, I was going to ask you to go first.
I'm nervous because I can see Linda sat in that lobby waiting to come on, and I don't want to say anything bad about any of her Broncos players. So I'm going to pass this one to you, Kev.
Yeah, I think all Broncos are fantastic. Actually, take them all as ill as you can. No, I think no Fant. I mean, it's a great time to be an Iowa tight end, isn't it? Really, look at that class. Both Hawkinson and Fant, they're both set to have the best season of career going into year 3, which is the sexy time for a tight end. So, yeah, I like Fant. I've not got him in a lot of places for some reason. It's just unfortunate, but yeah, I do like him, and I'm guessing you're the same, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, when you're getting outside of these top tight ends, obviously the Kittles and Kelces of the world, you talk about Fant and Hawkinson as well, you've just mentioned. These are the two guys that I think have got that potential to make that jump. That's why they're just outside of that bracket, and then we move on to the guys that we've been mentioning a lot during this streamathon and those late dart throws. But yeah, these two and Fant in particular, I think they've got a shot at taking that jump, and just with the athleticism that they have, they've got that upside. And when you're talking about a tight end, I think that's what you've got to target really, because it is such a mess of a position in fantasy football. So that brings us to the end of this section, and I just want to say a massive thank you, Fox, obviously for coming on, and as well, Tycoon. We really appreciate you stepping in and filling in for Shane, who sadly couldn't join us. But before,
thank you.
Yeah, before we let you go, we'll let you just plug yourselves. Where can we catch you on Twitter, and what can we look forward to you bringing?
You can find me at carbonfox_FF on Twitter. You can also find us at Fantasy Nightcap is our pod that I host with Shane, and pretty much that's all I'm working on right now is the pod and doing graphics. That's about all I'm doing right now.
Fire graphics. Best graphics on Twitter.
Thank you.
Fire.
And Tycoon?
And you can find me at FF_Tycoon on Twitter with some fire graphics made by Carbon Fox. Absolutely outstanding. And I will have some upcoming news to share. Not quite ready to announce anything quite just yet, but I will have some ventures to share under that account in the next couple of weeks or so. So please stay on the lookout for a project from Tycoon.
Love it. So yeah, thanks once again, guys, and we really appreciate you giving us time and helping us with this streamathon.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks you guys for putting this on, and happy to be a part of this. Absolutely.
Oh, thrilled. This is an underserved area of service, so thank you guys for highlighting mine in particular. This is extremely important, and glad to help be a part of this.
Yeah, thank you. We really appreciate that, and I'm sure we'll catch up again soon.
Absolutely. Get some sleep, guys.
1 hour to go. 1 hour to go. This is it. This is the final push. Take care, guys.
Thanks, guys.
You guys as well.
Thank you.
Cheers. Well, Matt,
this is it.
The main event.
It is the main event.
We're deep.
This is going to be an exciting finish. Like the energy levels, they're already picking up. I mean, we're how many hours in? 15 hours in now, Kevin.
Hours.
And just knowing the guests that we've got coming on, it's giving me the lease of life again. It's 1 a.m. and I'm ready for this.
Yeah, we're late in the fourth. We're down by 4. We've got the ball. We're driving. So it's what a time to be alive, I guess.
Absolutely, can't wait. So let's crack on, Kev. Let's do this.
We've built it up, haven't we? So yeah, we're sticking in the AFC West. We've got the Raiders and the Chiefs. I think first of all, I just want to say I've had a nightmare with this one because we've got probably the Broncos' biggest fan on earth sat in the lobby. So yeah, I know she's not the biggest fan of the Chiefs either. So that is a big mistake for me. But yeah, we've got 2 fantastic guests coming on. They're both part of the Fantasy Football Confidential as well as many other ventures on Twitter. So we just want to give a massive welcome to the charity streamathon to both Linda and Troy. How are you doing?
Linda, how you could go first.
Boy, do you know how hard it is to be quiet when your quarterback's getting shit on? Woo! Woo! But I can talk Chiefs. I'm gonna say some things that are gonna be obviously biased, but I can give unbiased opinions too, so it'll be fine. We'll just do a little of both.
Hey guys, thank you so much for having us on. I'm extremely excited. What y'all doing is awesome, and I'm really just here for the accents. Let's be real. That's the only reason I'm on the show.
Well, we're on here for the royalty. We've got the king and queen. What more do we want to finish off the stream?
Oh, you're right. Linda Legend's on with us. I'm excited to part with her.
This is it. So we're relying on you guys to bring the energy. As I say, it's 1 a.m. over here. So
y'all tired? Don't worry, Linda and I got this for you.
I know. We've got the professionals on to see us to the end. So let's go for it.
the main event as well. It's very exciting. It's like having a halftime show at the end of the show. So I'm absolutely buzzing to be on. And do you know what? It's the 16th hour, but in terms of energy, it's like hour one for me to be on with you guys. So. Yeah, just looking forward to talking some Dynasty and having a few laughs along the way, no doubt.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot of laughs. Probably
yeah, you guys are like sleep deprived. It's game over.
Good stuff. So we'll wrap up the AFC West with first of all the Raiders, and we'll start with you, Matt.
So we'll obviously start at the quarterback position. Derek Carr, I think, perennial quarterback 2 each year. He seems a really solid quarterback 2. So I'm interested to know your guys' take on him. Is this somebody that you're going to target later on in your drafts? Is going as the QB 27, and for me, is that vanilla quarterback. He's safe, but it doesn't really offer you that much upside. So are you happy to grab him knowing that he's safe, or do you tend to then target the guys with upside over somebody like Derek Carr?
Yeah, so Derek Carr, for me, he's, like you said, he's very vanilla, right? So for me, I'm never really drafting Derek Carr unless it's like a super flex league. I'm not drafting him, right? Unless like he's a streamer. That's what he is. He's a streamer. He's a very safe guy, but at the same time with fantasy, you're more trying to target those upside options, right? If I just want like, a solid amount of floor points and I'm going to let the rest of my team do all the heavy lifting, cool. But I'd say I'm never going to be excited about putting Derek Carr in my starting lineup. Nobody ever is. So that's how I feel about him.
I'm not that down on Derek Carr. Listen, Derek Carr took me to my very first ever fantasy football postseason. So I got a little bit of a soft spot for him. But like in Superflex at QB 27, you're talking about your third QB. And that's exactly who I want as my QB 3. On a super flex roster, that guy that I know if one of my quarterbacks gets hurt or has when they have their bye week, I have a guy that is putting up consistent QB2 numbers, and I don't have to panic and hope put in somebody that's may or may not even finish a game, So I like Derek Carr just fine if you can get him at that kind of value as your QB3.
Yeah, I think the alarm bells are going off. QB3, the ADP of QB 27. It just screams to me that he's the ideal fit for if you're taking a rookie quarterback. If you go in Fields, Lance, Mac Jones, even some guy that's not going to start potentially week 1. I think getting him as your third QB is the ideal bit of safety, so that you're not scrambling around and trying to get a Jimmy G or overpaying after your startups for a QB3 just to help you sort of fill the gap until your rookie starts. He's vanilla. He's fine. You know what you're getting with him. There's Max Mariota there as well, but I won't talk too much about him.
You had to get that one in.
I did. I nearly didn't, but then I did. I'll throw it back to you, Matt, to wrap up on Derek Carr.
Yeah, I think you've all hit the nail on the head. I think if you're getting him as your quarterback 3, he is the ideal quarterback 3. I mean, when you're talking about the other quarterbacks in this range, it's guys like we just spoke about, Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater. I mean, give me that guy that's at least the starter, is safe. And then, as you say, if you've got one of those maybe rookie quarterbacks even, who maybe you're not sure if they're starting week 1, or you want to kind of play it safe, see what you've got in that rookie. He's the ideal quarterback, and you can get it for dirt cheap. So yeah, he's somebody that I'm definitely happy to grab late on in my drafts as my QB3.
Yeah, do you know what? I was going to let it go, but I'm just going to stick around there and throw it back to you. Mario, what's your thoughts?
Are you asking me?
Everyone.
Somebody else take this one, because
everyone on Twitter comment.
We've made it this far, Kev. I don't want to fall out with you right at the end, so I'll let Troy or Linda take this one.
I wish he would have gone somewhere besides signing as the backup for the Raiders. I think that little game we got to see from him when Carr pulled his groin, he played really well, and it would have been cool to see him go somewhere that would have been an exciting fantasy option instead of back on a bench.
But here's the thing, right? So So we've seen so many up and downs with Mariota. So he had some upside in his career. He's famous for that, like, pass and then catching his own touchdown. That's why I'm always going to remember Mariota for that one play. But it's because yes, he did play very well, I guess relatively well when Carr was out, right? And it would have been exciting to see him on another team, but I tried to temper my expectations. He's still Marcus Mariota. For all intents and purposes, he's kind of a bust, right? Right from where he was drafted, he's pretty much a bust. So I don't want to get my hopes too high on him. No, wait, look, he's a bust.
We could have said that about Ryan Fitzpatrick. Now look at that motherfucker, and everybody is like.
So we expected Marcus Mariota to pull a Ryan Fitzpatrick.
No, that's not what I said. You said he's a bust. I'm saying, who's to say if he had an opportunity to go somewhere else because he was a free agent, he didn't also. Are you kidding me? We love nothing but a revenge story.
I was gonna say,
are you serious?
At this very moment, he's a bust. I'm not saying he can't redeem himself, but right now, you can't really classify him. Right now, he is a bust. Right now, he is a bust.
Like, I'm not even like a Mariota apologist. I just felt like
but I'm just at the same time, like, look at the situation. He's backing up Derek Carr on the Raiders. He is a bust. He was picked second? Yeah, he was picked second in the NFL draft. He's a bust. I'm sorry. He got replaced by Ryan Tannehill, who obviously is doing really well, but at the same time, look, he lost his job. Now he's a backup. He's a bust. Okay, we can continue.
I'm glad I asked that question now. That's been, I would just sat back and nearly got the starburst out and started.
Who'd have thought Mariota would have got a reaction like that?
I didn't even know.
I just had to be real about it.
I'm just gutted because I'm an analytics guy, and you look at his player profile page, and it's just big bars everywhere. It's wonderful sight, but yeah, just still hoping. But yeah. I mean, he's been a QB1 once, but for where he's taken, he is a bust. He can still redeem, I guess, but yeah, we'll move on because I don't want any more fighting on the charity stream.
We might be fighting more. I'm just warning you now.
Well, we'll see if you're fighting about this backfield. Obviously, it's an interesting situation. Kenyon Drake's come over from the Cardinals. Just want to get your thoughts on how you see it playing out with Jacobs and Drake there. Jacobs is going running back 21. Drake's going running back 49. So is there any preference for those guys at value? Is the one that stands out for this season as well?
Linda, you can go first.
Here's the thing. I already didn't like Josh Jacobs a lot, and then they added Kenyon Drake. And then you already now you don't like him more. And then John Gruden in the offseason blew up his entire offensive line and then reached for Alex Leatherwood in the draft. So the offensive line is bad. I think it's going to be a guessing game. The only thing I will say, I don't think I'll take Josh Jacobs at value right now, but I would draft Kenyon Drake if he fell far enough, because I think he may see the pass catching that we always get told Josh Jacobs is going to get, and he never does. So at value, I don't mind looking at Drake, but Josh Jacobs, I think I'm pretty out on.
So see, Linda and I do agree sometimes. All right. So with Josh Jacobs, so everything she said, I'm probably much going to echo. But for Josh Jacobs, here's the thing. I wouldn't draft him in a startup or like a whatever kind of draft. But at the same time, I would look to go buy him in a trade, because he's going to be cheaper, right? Everybody's down on him because, one, he wasn't already a pass catcher. For some reason, we all believe that Josh Jacobs has the ability to be a pass catcher, but for whatever reason, John Gruden and the Raiders offense doesn't want to use him like that. He barely gets any targets. And now Kenyon Drake, who was very serviceable with Arizona and with the Dolphins, he is a good running back. So it was very shocking that he signed with the Raiders. And to me, he's not only going to eat into the pass catching, but he's going to eat into the rushing as well. We don't know exactly what their role is going to be. It's still a very ambiguous backfield. So I like Drake at, RB 49. I'm not a zero RB guy, but if you're a zero RB, Drake's the type of running back you'd probably want to target late in drafts, because, hey, he could be more effective. He might be going to steal some touchdown work and things like that. So I don't mind taking a shot at Kenyon Drake. What's the worst that's going to happen? Again, he's going in the 14th round, right? Everybody's a dart throw in the 14th round. You might as well try to get somebody who could have a little bit of upside. So that's why I like Drake. Jacobs, not his ADP, but I would try to trade for him.
Yeah, Kev, I know you quite like Kenyon Drake, don't you? So I'll just jump in before you get in and say, yeah, I agree with what Troy just said. I think Kenyon Drake at that value, I think he's somebody you should definitely at least be targeting in trades, like Troy said. We've mentioned it could definitely into that rushing work, and then with the pass catching upside, we've seen talks that it could potentially see 1 or 2 snaps in the slot as well. So when you're talking about a running back who's getting those kind of targets that he could potentially see, then yeah, it's got to be a win when you're talking about a fantasy running back.
This is just like a perfect question because we're all agreeing, but I think just on a personal level, I'm not a big fan of Josh Jacobs, and I do love Kenyon Drake. I just think with Drake, he's had a 68 target season, he's had a 73 target season, 2 seasons with 50 catches. With Jacobs, it just seems too volatile for me, where he's depending on a touchdown to be relevant in your lineup, really, and that's not the sort of guy you want in short or long term. He always seems to score against me in big fantasy games as well, so I do hold that against Josh Jacobs. Please stop doing that. And this might be a crazy take, and please tell me if I'm a little bit tired and sleep deprived, but I think there's a chance, not a big chance, but I think there's a chance Drake outscores Jacobs this season.
Nah, I'm not going to. No.
I don't think it's the hottest take I've seen this offseason, so I'm not entirely mad at it. I wouldn't be surprised if I see 50-50 work. I'm not as anti that. I don't think that's as hot as
I respect it. I agree with Linda. No, there's been some wild takes, right? So the Drake, I'm not going to go there because there is a realm of possibility that it can happen, but I'm just not going to agree. I think Jacobs is still going to be the RB1, but maybe a little sleep deprived, maybe because you don't like Josh Jacobs, maybe because you like Drake that much, but I can't get with that just yet.
I'm gonna have to say something here. I think Troy, you're reacting to that impression that Jake did of you on Twitter. You're now bringing the heat and you're trying to shoot everybody down. I think you're taking that impression a little bit too personal.
Yo, shout out to Jake, man. That was excellent. I told him, look, I gotta change my persona right now. This is
here we go. This is it.
But no, this is how. No, Linda knows. Linda and I get into these arguments all the time. So, but
I'm writing down the Kenyon Drake, Josh Jacobs thing so that I can revisit that.
I can't wait to do as well now, Kev. I love it.
Oh yeah, Linda's gonna bring this up on our show, and if I'm wrong, and she writes these things down and tries to use them against me later on in the season. So yeah, this is.
And next thing you know, you've got a mustache, Troy. That's the way. That's the way.
Never again. Never. I love how all my bad things are coming up. I'm just playing. I don't forget. I remember y'all trolled me that one time. I don't remember what it was. Y'all did troll me. Y'all trolled me that one time.
I was backing up my girl Linda. So
that is funny. No, I get. Obviously, it's a long shot. They're going nearly 10 rounds apart and they're going 27 spots apart. But, I mean, I think it's a 1 in 4 chance it happens. Just because they're going to be playing from behind. It's a rubbish team. There's no offensive line. There's no running lanes for Josh Jacobs in my eyes. They're going to be playing from behind. He plays into Kenyon Drake. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that take. I'm glad it's wrote down. And it's recorded.
Yeah,
I didn't put your name by it, so I might forget when it.
Don't worry, Linda. I'll remind you. You just bring it up, and I'll tag Kev. Don't worry.
Yeah, if it doesn't hit, then it's at Matt FF Dynasty.
Get out.
But yeah, we'll swiftly move on from that horrendous take from myself, and we'll go to the wide receiver core now.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting wide receiver core when you talk about the Raiders, and one guy that they've just brought in is John Brown, who they got in free agency. Struggled with injuries in 2020, but he had a really solid 2019 season. He actually finished as the wide receiver 20. So I'm interested to see what you guys' feelings are on John Brown. Is this someone you could potentially target, given, as I say, the disappointment of what this wide receiver core was last year?
I am not really looking forward to. I'm not really trying to target John Brown. Let's be honest. Like, look, John Brown's a great story, right? You know, he's dealt with injuries, he's dealt with his sickle cell. So I'm rooting for John Brown, right? And he does have his moments in fantasy. The problem is he's never a reliable option, right? And then compared to all of his compadres on the wide receiver core, he's probably one of the best options, so he might be valuable just by process of elimination. But besides that, I'm not very excited about John Brown. I think he's fine as your wide receiver 3-4, but he's not. I don't think he's worth putting too much focus on in terms of you gotta acquire him on your team. If you get him for super cheap, why not, right? He could put him as your flex or whatever the case may be, but I'm not super high on John Brown.
John Brown is fine, but that's kind of how I feel about the entire wide receiver core. I would say probably I'm targeting that wide receiver core for best ball, and then in Dynasty, probably the only one I'm targeting is Henry Ruggs because he's insanely cheap right now in startups, and I think if anybody's going to rise from the ashes, that's who I'm going to bank my money on.
Yeah, it's really interesting with this wide receiver core. Obviously, we'll touch on a few of the other guys in a little moment, but John Brown, wide receiver 96, what's that? Wide receiver 8 on your team. Back end wide receiver 8, where you're taking him. Have some weeks where he's used, but it's just, like you said, Linda, when is it going to be? I expect they're going to be playing from behind a lot. And there's going to be opportunity for a wide receiver to step up and be the main man. Obviously, the wide receiver one is Darren Waller, but it's just an interesting team. But John Brown, not really getting it going for me.
I feel like all those wide receivers have the same skill set. They're all long down the field guys. And that's not Derek Carr's MO. Exactly. Deep ball's not his strong suit. And I feel like they all are heavy in that skill set. So picking which one's going to have the 40-yard pass touchdown each week is not a game that I'm willing to play.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said a great best ball target, as you say, with that deep threat that he possesses. But I think I agree. Beyond that, he's not somebody you're going to be excited about putting in your lineups. It's going to be one of those situations where you're struggling with injuries and bye weeks, and you're kind of just hoping that he has that one game when you need him. But yeah, I think when it comes to John Brown, and as you say, I think the whole wide receiver core, in all honesty, it's not the most exciting subject to talk about in terms of fantasy, but we've got to do it. I mean, we're talking about these teams, but we've got to talk about these wide receivers, sadly. And Kev, I know you want to touch upon the other couple of guys.
Yeah, I was just having a little smile to myself about John Brown. I didn't realise that he's had 3 seasons with over 100 targets in his career. He's been a wide receiver 2, or a top 25 wide receiver twice. He's great how he's come back from the sickle cell issue that he had, and he's performed. But yeah, it's wide receiver 8 on your dynasty team. It's there's a lot worse stats you could have on your bench, I guess. But we'll move on to the other guys. There's plenty up for grabs in this offense. Two of the guys that stand out, Linda touched on it, Henry Ruggs and also Brian Edwards, both sophomore receivers. And it's just getting your views on if the community has given up too early on these two guys, the fact that they've not really hit as a rookie. But just waiting up the pandemic and everything, it does seem a bit harsh. So I just want to get your thoughts on, do any of these stand out for you in Dynasty? Obviously, I know, Linda, you touched on Ruggs. You got Ruggs going at wide receiver 47 and Brian Edwards going at wide receiver 70.
I want to jump in on this one, all right? So, all right, Brian Edwards. Boy, last season, Twitter was telling me about this guy is the hottest thing since sliced bread. People were trying to take him in the second round. Oh my God, he's a steal. I was never a Brian Edwards truther, but everybody was telling me I should. Something I was missing, right? Player profile. I guess he had a really good score. I'm sorry, I'm out on Brian Edwards, right? Yes, I know he was dealing with some injuries last year, but I just think he was just overhyped, and I just don't see him. Oh, now all of a sudden he's going to be the guy. Nah, no, thank you. And I'm not excited about Brian Edwards. Henry Ruggs, however, I thought he got a little bit too much hate. He also dealt with injuries. So the Twitter, like, they hated Henry Ruggs. They were hyping up Bryan Edwards. So to me, I think people are still really down on Henry Ruggs. So I think, like, okay, you know, maybe I'll target him. I don't mind having Henry Ruggs on my team. He also has the draft capital, right? I think they still want him to be part of this offense. I still think he's very talented. So I'm very excited to, you know, see what he can do in his sophomore year. And kind of like Linda was touching on earlier is that Derek Carr, he's not known for his, you know, being a deep ball, like, you know, throwing the ball down the field. But John Gruden is very adamant that he wants Derek Carr to be taking shots down the field. I feel like that's been a narrative for quite some time. So I think he's almost forced him. Like, look, we're going to give you all these players that do nothing but go down the field. So you're going to start throwing it down the field. So I think that's his MO. And I think obviously Henry Ruggs fits that mold. Like I say, he has the draft capital. So I'm excited about Henry Ruggs. I'm off the Bryan Edwards train. I got to see it, man. Look, he didn't have the draft capital to begin with. I didn't really believe the hype. He was taken way too early in rookie drafts, but we'll see what happens with him.
What's your thoughts, Matt?
I mean, I probably agree. I think Henry Ruggs is, if I'm picking between the two, it's Henry Ruggs. I've mentioned it before. I think we're probably being a little bit too harsh and already saying that these guys have got no chance of bouncing back. I mean, you've mentioned it with the whole pandemic and everything that went on last year. It was always going to be tough for these guys to take that step. So I'm still happy to give him another year. Henry Ruggs, I mean, he was a first round draft pick, so you'd like to think they're at least going to see what they've got in him. Personally, I'd like to see him maybe use him a little bit more and get the ball in his hands a little bit quicker rather than him just being that decoy, that absolute burn. I mean, we know he can beat pretty much anybody on the field when it comes to a race, but I'd like to see him just get that ball in his hands a little bit earlier and then let him do that damage with the speed that we know he has. But as Troy mentioned, I think if they're going to try and stick to this, just throw it long all the time, then it's going to be tough to get excited about any of these wide receivers.
Derek Carr is going to have to get that ball out of his hands quick, or he's going to get crushed because they don't have an offensive line.
True. So
Indeed.
Luckily we've got Henry Ruggs, who's one of the fastest people, so at least we know he's going to get open quick. But that's about all that Derek Carr's got going for him, I think.
Indeed. No, I think. Is there anything you want to add on Ruggs, Linda? I know you touted him a little bit earlier on in the show.
Yeah, I think wide receiver 47 is a pretty drastic value when you're talking about sophomore wide receivers last year. Some of these guys are going incredibly early. Even guys that like Jerry Jeudy, who had drop issues and stuff, I think are probably going before Henry Ruggs. So I think you can, at that cheap, like when he's on a discount like that in startups, there's no reason not to attack that, because like Troy said, draft capital. I think if you take a wide receiver in the first round, this is also a Kadarius Toney stamp of approval. If you take a wide receiver in the first round, your team's likely going to try to build around that wide receiver. So I don't hate him in Dynasty at all. It's he's cheap as hell, and if it works out, you got it at a great value. So
I think draft capital as well, it feels like it's a gift and a curse, and it depends on the community exactly how they're feeling. Like sometimes you'll have a receiver that goes in round one that doesn't hit in year one, and people are still super high on him, or the draft capital, etc. And then other guys that maybe the community didn't like that missed, and everyone's piling on. I'm just thinking like Kadarius Toney, if he doesn't hit year one, everybody's going to be out on him. Whereas a guy that goes maybe let's say round three, a guy like Josh Palmer, for example, he has a bad rookie season. There'll be still people wanting to buy in on him and not as many on Tony. So I think draft capital is a gift and a curse. Obviously, it's good to have it, but it does present some value sometimes.
I do want to add on to that because you hit the nail on the head. I'm going to steal Matt's fit line, but no, you're right about that, right? But I think what it is that I think the reason why the community it's kind of high on guys with draft capital maybe on their second years, because I believe NFL teams are going to give people who they draft in the first round a longer leash than somebody that they drafted in the fourth, fifth round, etc. So that's why that's my reasoning was like, okay, he's still a first round pick. Obviously, after like year 3, it doesn't matter where you're drafted, right? But I think when you're a sophomore year, I think that draft capital still matters. And then, but obviously, if you suck both seasons, then I don't give a damn anymore when it's year 3. by sophomore, then I still give a little bit of cushion.
I think it's funny when we talk about this draft capital. It's funny because one thing we always say, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, Kev, but I thought it was funny, so I'm going to say it again. When we talk about the fantasy community, we say don't overreact to landing spots, don't overreact to these landing spots. But then we do the complete opposite. Draft capital, we see that early draft capital on the guy that we weren't high on, and all of a sudden we're in love with these guys. So yeah, that's maybe why I'm not super high on Henry Ruggs. But as I say, if we're talking about this wide receiver core, you've at least got to go for that fact that he's going to get a shot, and why I'd probably target him out of these guys.
Indeed. We'll move on to the tight end on this offense, or maybe the wide receiver one, as I alluded to earlier on. What would you like to ask, Matt?
Yeah, it's nice that we get to talk with both of these teams. Actually, we get an actual good tight end to talk about. It's been a slog talking about some of these terrible tight ends. So yeah, this is it. This is what I've been waiting for. I mean, it took me 15 hours to get here, but this is it. With Darren Waller, I mean, you just mentioned Kev. He's arguably the wide receiver one for the Raiders. So hugely impressive. Last two seasons since joining the Raiders, he's finished as a tight end 3 in 2019 and then the tight end 2 in 2020. But I'm interested to know, does the potential uncertainty at the quarterback position coming up to next season and beyond, is that a concern when you're thinking about a guy like Darren Waller? And also there's the age as well. I mean, he's 28 years old. So again, he's not one of the young tight ends, but yeah, have you got any concerns at all when it comes to Darren Waller?
Lily, you could go.
I don't have. I mean, I think any player in John Gruden's offense gets like at least a little bit of like a red flag, because you never know what he's going to do, and he's going to be there forever. It doesn't matter what he does, he's going to get to stay. So with the volatility at quarterback and the future, fucking who knows? And I'm not going to not draft talent because I'm worried about 2 years, 2 years. And I know that's not how people play Dynasty. I know I'm like speaking out of turn on the Dynasty subject, but when you're talking about a tight end landscape that has 3 guys that are worth taking that early and making that big of a difference on your team, then you're going to take that for 2 years, regardless of what you think might happen at quarterback. So I'm not worried about Darren Waller for 2021. So he'll be on best ball teams and tight end premium teams. And I think he's firmly cemented himself as the tight end 2 in Dynasty, in my opinion, right behind Travis Kelce. So
see, Linda and I, we agree again. So here's the thing, right? I am not worried about Darren Waller. You know why? Because beggars can't be choosers. Just like Matt was saying, tight ends is horrible, right? We can't start nitpicking of like, because the quarterback. Nah, like he's a good tight end. I still have faith in you. I still trust you. I'll make a tweet about this later. But y'all remember how after Darren Waller broke out, how people were concerned because Hunter Renfrow was taking all the targets, right? And people were low on Darren. He was falling in drafts because of Hunter Renfrow, right? And we saw how ridiculous that was. So for me, I'm not going to listen to people. I'm not going to listen to people. I'm not going to be worried about an elite tight end. If you're an elite tight end, I'm going to take advantage. So obviously like Travis Kelce, Darren Waller, George Kittle, like Hawkinson's starting to creep up there. Obviously it's Pitts. So for me, I'm not worried. Even if they get a new quarterback, you know what they're going to tell their new quarterback? Target Darren Waller. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I think if you go back 12 months, I think it was a fair question to have a bit of pause over Waller. He had 29 targets before the 2019 season. He had just 18 receptions in the NFL, and then he had that tight end 3 season. He sounds very similar to a guy like Logan Thomas, being honest. But then he's backed it up with another top 3 season last year. He was a tight end 2. And it's all about volume. He got 146 targets, which I think that was above Kelce, actually, in terms of targets. I don't see it being an issue whoever the QB is. I think it's going to be the wide receiver one as such in this offense for the foreseeable, definitely this season. And then depending what happens with, if they add anybody, because there's nobody on this roster that I'd be worried about having if I've got Waller on my dynasty team. So yeah, being honest, there's a question about like a guy like Kyle Pitts. He shouldn't be going ahead of Waller for me, not in startups. I think that you're playing on a two-year window. I think it's very unlikely Kyle Pitts outscores Waller in the next 2 years.
Yeah, I think we've highlighted the reasons why when we've spoke about these wide receivers. There's nothing really beyond Darren Waller, and that's why these top 3 tight ends, your Kelce's, your Kittles, and your Wallers, there's a reason that they're all the top option in that offense. Arguably, Travis Kelce, obviously, he's got Tyreek Hill, but all 3 of these guys are arguably the number 1 passing option on their respective offenses. So I think that's why it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see why the top 3 guys, that they've got that volume. And when you're talking about tight ends and the mess that it is and the position that it is, targets, it's going to win out every day of the week.
Indeed, that wraps up the Raiders nicely. We finished on a high. We had a bit of a debate, bit of a fallout at the start, but I think we pulled it together as a 4 there. So yeah, we'll move on to the Chiefs, and again, I just apologise, Linda. I know you was on our show earlier this off season, and I think I comped I was saying that Rondale Moore would be a nice fit on the Chiefs, and I think you nearly threw up, and that was partly due to you having a few sherbets, I think. But
it didn't help, did it? The fact that Linda was poorly, and then you threw that. I thought that was the end.
So yeah, we'll kick off at the QB position. Obviously, the QB winning dynasty. I'll let you take it away, Matt.
Yeah, we've got a team that's exciting to talk about when it comes to fantasy in all parts of the offense. So we're starting at quarterback. Is arguably, for me, he's the best quarterback in the NFL with the talent that he has, and it shows in his dynasty rankings. Is a QB1 quite comfortably in pretty much everybody's dynasty rankings. But he did actually finish as the quarterback 7 in 2019, and then the quarterback 4 in 2020. So even though he is the QB1 on consensus, he's not actually been in that QB1 spot. So I'm interested to think, do you think 2021 is this a season when we finally get to see him be the actual QB1 in fantasy?
So I have mixed feelings about it, right? Because in Dynasty, I am strongly in the camp of he is QB1. Like, you can't really make an argument for any other QB unless you want to be. I think the thing about Patrick Mahomes, that people are sick of how good Patrick Mahomes is, right? That's why people don't want, just like Linda, people don't want to see him be QB1.
You let me make my own argument. All right.
Okay, I'm just saying. But here's the thing. So I think people like try to put like other people ahead of Patrick Mahomes because they're sick of it, right? It's the Tom Brady effect. You know, people get tired of people who are just too good. So Dynasty, I believe that he's going to be QB1. In 2021, I believe he could be QB1, but at the same time, Patrick Mahomes, like he rushes the ball, but and obviously he scores a lot of touchdowns. But would it be that surprising if like a Lamar Jackson finished as QB1 again, right? Like, we've seen the things that he could do. Would it be surprising if Kyler Murray finished as QB1 in 2021? No. Josh Allen, right? Like, the guys who rush the ball. Yes, the guys who like really rush the ball. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes, like, he rushes when he needs to, but he's not necessarily the rushing quarterback those other guys are. And obviously, the other guys can pass too. So those 3, I would not be surprised if they finish QB1. So if I was a betting man, I'll go against the grain and say I think someone else finishes as QB1 in 2021, but I'm still not taking any of those guys over Patrick Mahomes in Dynasty.
I took Josh Allen. I took Josh Allen over Patrick Mahomes not that long ago in Dynasty. But the thing for me, I like to cheer for the guys on my team. So I don't draft a whole lot of Chiefs players because I don't want to cheer for them. And that's just being frank. Obviously, I think Patrick Mahomes is the QB1 in Dynasty. I have no arguments to that. I wish he played for any other team so that I could experience the fun parts. But I wouldn't be surprised if this was the year that he finished QB1. Heading into the offseason, their offensive line was like kind of demolished, and I was like, oh, this is going to be like the year that it's not like everything goes right for him. And then Andy Reid went in there and absolutely hammed up the offense. So it's prettier now than it was last year, which is kind of bullshit if you ask me. But so a year that he has that much protection after losing the Super Bowl because he didn't have that protection, I wouldn't be surprised if there's that chip on his shoulder that he kind of takes his rushing floor up a little bit just because of, running backwards for 100 yards in the Super Bowl. But I would love for it to not be him.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one with sort of Mahomes. I'm comparing this situation, thinking about veterans in Dynasty, to your rookie drafts. I think he's the clear QB1, like Trevor Lawrence is the clear QB1 in rookie drafts. I think that, and I'm hoping not to get abuse here off Linda, I think that if anybody is taking anybody over Patrick Mahomes, it is contrarian. I do get it though. I get the fact that you pick the guys that you want on your team, that you want to cheer for. So I do understand that side of it. I guess, will it be the QB1? I'm going to take the field because you've got 31 different chances of being the QB1. But the reason that Mahomes is the dynasty QB1 in my eyes is because he's giving you the best shot at being a high-end QB1 every season. I think there is guys that have got spike seasons that are potentially higher than Patrick Mahomes because they are better rushers. And we know that rushing is king for fantasy. But over a prolonged period of time, he's giving you the most certainty and the best shots at being high-end QB1.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Kev. That was just what I was going to say. I think he is the dynasty QB1 just because he's safe. I mean, it's a bit of a shock to say that he's safe when we know the upside that he also has, but I just think because he is such a safe quarterback, he's always going to be a QB1, whereas you talk about his other guys. It's that rushing ability that they have when you go beyond Mahomes. You're talking about Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. These are all guys that Troy just said that they've got that rushing ability, and that's huge in fantasy. I mean, what you've got to do as a quarterback, throwing the ball in to compete with a guy that can run for 80, 90 yards in a game, you've got to be a really good passer of the ball. Luckily for Mahomes, he is a very, very good passer of the ball, and that's why he is the dynasty QB1, just because he's safe, but he offers that upside as well.
Hope Justin Herbert scores more points than Mahomes. That's my hot take. He scores more points than Mahomes this year.
He's not, but that's not.
Get your pen out. No, so obviously Mahomes is a guy that's very safe, but we're going to now come on to a guy that's potentially not as safe, potentially got a wider range of outcomes in Clyde Edwards-Helaire at running back. Just really intrigued to get your thoughts on Edwards-Helaire. He's going at the running back 17 in startups. I'm going to pose a question that, is there a bigger running back value in Dynasty at that cost? Where are you comfortable taking him in startups? He's currently going at the 407, the running back 17.
So I would easily take Clyde Edwards-Helaire in like early third round. So what happened last year is that everybody hyped up Clyde Edwards-Helaire too much. He was a 101 in a lot of rookie drafts. In redraft, he was taken as like a top 5 running back, right? And he's the next fantasy superstar in that offense. He's a pass catcher from LSU, right? So everyone was hyping him up too much. And the thing about it is that CEH actually had a pretty decent season. The issue is he didn't have an RB5 season like everybody was like drafting him or worthy of the 101 in rookie drafts, right? But at running back 17, he is extreme value. Like, and especially in startups, like he shouldn't be slipping to the 4th round. Let's be honest, right? He's still the starting running back. There's no Damian Williams anymore. So like that was one of the concerns. And when he left, when he opted out, that's one of the reasons he jumped so high. We don't have to worry about Damian Williams. He's not even on the team anymore. People were scared about Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon Bell didn't do a damn thing with the Chiefs, right? They didn't draft a running back. All he has to worry about is Darrell Williams, which, like, he's serviceable, but he's not anyone to be scared of. So, yes, 4th round is an extreme value. I'd easily take him in the 3rd round, though, like early 3rd round.
I think I keep doing that. And it's only because I disagree a little.
Okay, go ahead.
I think early 4th round is, I think RB17's fine value for him. I don't think it's terribly low or too high. The issue, I think, for me with Clyde Edwards-Helaire is what you want in a running back is those goal line touches and touchdowns. Like that produces a lot of fantasy points. And Andy Reid pulls out these. First of all, most of the time, the Chiefs don't get close enough to the goal line to have a goal line running back run the ball in. So you're losing like those opportunities. And then when they get close enough, Andy Reid pulls some trick play out of his ass. And again, it's not going to CEH. So that's kind of my, like, besides the fact that I'm not going to draft him anyway, that would be like my biggest concern is the lack of goal line touches.
Yeah, again, it's another interesting subject because, to be honest, I was a guy that was never really super high on Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I was always in Team Jonathan Taylor when it come to that draft class. I wasn't buying into, obviously, the landing spot. I just mentioned it earlier about everybody getting excited about the landing spot. And when Troy just mentioned about the opt-out as well for Williams, that led to his ADP. It was out of control. I mean, just talking about it in startups, I believe it was arguably a top 5 running back, I think, in Dynasty. During that off season, which was just ridiculous. But now he's fallen to that RB17. I personally think that's very fair value on him. In all honesty, I think he can outperform that quite easily. Maybe a low end RB1, but if you get him at RB17, we've mentioned as well the O line improvements. That's only going to help you running back. So yeah, he's a guy that I'm happy to grab. I've changed my tune on him because, as I say, I wasn't high on him, but now is it a value that he should have always been at? This is what he should have been really when he come in as a rookie. So to get him now, I'm happy to get him.
I think running back 17 is theft, honestly. If you look back at Andy Reid over the years, he's had a ton of great running backs. It's very rare that any of them have been the focal point in year one. So couple that in with the shortened off season, the strange off season we had. He's a screaming value for me. That's why I asked the question about is there a better value, a bigger value in Dynasty? And I guess the last point on Edwards-Helaire is that he's in an offense that he's got Mahomes. You know that he's going to be the quarterback for the next 10, 15 years. You don't have to worry about it being a poor offense. He won't get the opportunities at the goal line because they do all these funky jet sweeps and maybe Mahomes won't try and run it as much after getting all googly-eyed in the playoffs, but yeah, I think it's a great situation, and we know that situations can change, but I think the Chiefs is a different animal. But yeah, we'll that wraps up running back. We'll move on to wide receiver, and you're going to kick us off with a pretty decent wide receiver, actually, Matt.
Yeah, it's got to be Tyreek Hill for me. I personally think there isn't another wide receiver in the NFL that's got as much upside as what Tyreek Hill does. So I'm just interested to know where both of you guys, where do you fit him in your rankings, your Dynasty wide receiver rankings?
I think I have him around wide receiver like 3, 4. I think he's like 1 and 2. And that's a really nitpicky, right? Because Tyreek Hill, we know how amazing he is. We know that he's explosive. You know, we can give him a whole bunch of accolades, right? The only knock on him is that sometimes he has those games where he has like a very low floor, like randomly, you can't even predict it, right? He'll have like 3 games in a row of like 20 plus points, and all of a sudden he gives you like 8 randomly, right? So if we're being nitpicky, I'll say that's like his really only fault. You know, as long as he doesn't have any off the field issues, you know, that's been something that's dealt with in the past. But really, look, he's extremely talented. If you ranked him anywhere within your top like 5 wide receivers, I'm fine with it. But I feel like he shouldn't be anywhere outside your top 5 wide receivers in Dynasty, just because of everything he's done. He's going to be with that offense for quite some time. We already hyped up his quarterback. So, yeah, I think he's like 3 or 4. But I can't say enough good things about Tyreek Hill fantasy-wise.
I'm laughing because now I've got to hand over to Linda, who
I know
doesn't like the Chiefs, and you've just said anybody that's got him outside the top 5, you're not digging that, Troy. So Linda, where have you got him ranked?
I think I could take. Okay, first of all, let me be very clear. Rankings make me want to pull my hair out. So I tried it before last season, and I was like, no. So I'm giving it another go. But today I focus more on kickers and Scott Fishbowl than I did on trying to align my rankings. That being said, I think I could argue at least 5 wide receivers over him. Now, Adams, Jefferson, I'm going to take Stephon Diggs over him. DK Metcalf. Oof, Cole Beasley.
They might get kicked off the show.
I've been day drinking, so names are hard right now. But I do think he deserves to be in the top 6-7 of wide receivers. Again, not a guy I'm going to draft, but he's going to go in the second round, I think, pretty much all the time. And I think the key to Tyreek Hill is you take him to ensure that the 101 doesn't stack Tyreek Hill with Patrick Mahomes. I think that has to be I think that's part of the reason he probably goes as early as he does, because you're not going to give that stack up to somebody. So
that's exactly what I was going to say, Linda. I think if you've got that 101 spot, you're going to get Mahomes, and then there's a very good chance that you're going to get that stack at the end of the second round. And as I say, you've got to have those guys in your leagues that are horrible people. I mean, I'm playing lots of leagues with Kev, so he's the kind of guy that wouldn't let me get that stack. But yeah, I think with the ADPs, it's there, and yeah, it's something that you see quite often.
And just to go a little bit further on that as well, don't want to spoil it on the tight end part, but look at Kelsey's ADP as well. He's going at the start of the third. You're potentially being a bit of a Chiefs homer stack, starting Mahomes, Tyreek, and Kelsey. That's how it aligns in dynasty.
And then you get
startups.
CEH at 4. No.
Let's just get the whole offense.
There's going to be one
Mecole
game.
Mecole Hardman, round 5. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, you want to be playing that dynasty team on that bye week, don't you? You want to be facing them when they're all on a bye. Yeah, just on Tyreek Hill, just everything's been said about him. The ceiling's crazy. He had like that 57-point game. I'd be good with Tyreek Hill actually last season, because if he'd have been the wide receiver 1 in yards, I'd have won a small fortune, but never mind.
Poor Kevin.
But yeah, we'll just keep it on the wide receivers. We'll talk about some of the lesser guys on this roster. There's quite a few of them actually. I'll reel them off. There's Hardman, there's Robinson, Pringle, Cornell Powell, Tajay Sharp. Do any of those guys stand out to you? Can any of those be anything other than a best ball?
So I'll say I was a Hardman truther, right? I've been so on the fact. Yes. I was a Hardman truther. I'm like, this guy, I feel like he was talented. I was always wondering, like, why can't this guy get on the field more? And clearly, coaching staff, there's something that they know that I don't know. I don't know if he's not the best route runner. I don't know if he's not picking up things, but I believe that Hardman was extremely talented. You have him and Hill, on opposite sides of each other. I'm like, who's going to stop him? But he's disappointed me way too much. Like, he'll have like one good game and I feel validated, and then he'll disappoint me for like 6 weeks in a row. So I am not excited about any of them. I mean, Robinson, he's the guy that's always on the field. Like, he plays a lot of snaps. Granted, you're not going to want to start him ever, but in terms of all these guys, who's going to get the most playing time? It's Robinson. Like, he's boring, but he's on the field the most. So I guess I'll give him that argument. Pringle, no. Everyone else, absolutely not, right? So if you say outside of best ball, I'm not touching any of these guys. Oh, wow. I love the Pringles right there. But no, I am not interested in any of these wide receivers whatsoever. If you're going to pick one, I guess Hardman, because he has that big playability. But no, absolutely not.
I would argue that Pringle has done far more with his big play opportunities than Mecole Hardman has ever done with his big play. No, you don't get to interrupt me. Wait a minute. And
here we go.
You can get him in like over the you get him like that for free. Like, after the draft is over, you can pick him up in free agency, like off the waiver wire. I would do that 10 out of 10 times before you ever catch me drafting Mecole. Like, Pringle. No. Okay. Wait. God damn it. I get to talk for a minute. Fine. Pringle and Powell are 2 Chiefs players that I don't mind drafting, because I think their value is so great in an offense with a guy like Pat Mahomes. and nobody thinks about them. So those are the two guys that I don't mind targeting super late. I took some Powell in rookie drafts, and I've got some Pringle sitting on drafts that had like 35 rounds, and it was going like, you get to a point where like, I don't even just pick somebody for me. I don't know anymore. So I've got some of both.
There's a reason why nobody's talking about him, man. Yeah. Oh, man. Look, I'm not on the train anymore. I'm just saying. I'm like, give me Pringle.
Like you were on the train.
No, over these other guys, Tajay Sharp. Yeah, give me Hardman. In that case, I'm on the train. If these are my only options, yes, I'm back on the train.
It's a shock to me, really, that we're talking about this offense, what a high-powered offense it is, and then we get to the wide receiver 2 on it, and we don't even know who could be fantasy relevant. I mean, it's shocking to me. Hardman, as we mentioned, he's got that draft capital, so I mean, if you're going to bank on anything, you might lean towards that capital. But yeah, like Linda said, I mean, any of these guys have got a chance, because what have we seen from Hardman? It's been very little, arguably. So yeah, I'm a little bit like what Linda said. Powell potentially could be a guy that is the new shiny toy on this offense. Maybe this is finally the time that we get to see a new weapon come in and he actually provides some fantasy relevance. But yeah, I'm shocked that we're talking about such a great offense and we can't find the wide receiver 2 on it.
Yeah, there's nothing to add for me. I just think outside of those main men, what's the point?
I think John nailed it perfectly in the chat, saying me call hardly useful.
He's a smart guy, is JB. So we actually come on to the last question of the stream. Actually, we prepared 160 questions today, so we've asked a lot more than that. We've gone off the cuff as well. So final question, Matt, make it a good one.
Yeah, so we get to talk about a tight end again. You know, I love me some tight ends, and again, it's another great tight end, Travis Kelce. He's finished as a tight end 1 5 years now in a row. I mean, unreal from a tight end. But do we think now, are we getting to that point where it's time we're going to cash in? We're going to collect his chips. We've ridden this train with Kelce for so long. Is it now time to cash in? I mean, he's going to be 32 during the 2021 season, so he's getting up there in age. Or are we still going to keep riding it, and we're gonna ride Kelce into the ground?
Ride him to the ground. Like, look, the next 2 to 3 years, Kelce's my guy, man. Like, listen, I don't have a lot of shares of Kelce, right? I probably have him on like maybe 2 dynasty leagues because of his ADP, right? He was going so high and well deserved. I'm more of like a late tight end person, but with Kelce, he's earned my respect. He's still going to be tied to that offense. He's not going to pull like a Zach Ertz where he's relevant and then he just drops off a cliff. I don't think that's Kelce, right? He's still going to be Patrick Mahomes' go-to target, outside of Hill. So I think for the next 2 to 3 years, Kelce's still going to be putting high-end tight end 1 numbers. So based off of that, I have no issues. He ain't going anywhere. I'm confident in him.
You said 2 to 3 years?
2 to 3 years.
I think 3 years is a little liberal for my taste.
But look, I'm liberal, I guess, in this situation.
I have Travis Kelce, and I think 1, 2, like start 2 tight end, insane tight end premium league, when winning became more important than not cheering for Chiefs. I think he's a dork, and I know he's obviously the best weapon in that offense, and when you can say that about somebody, and Tyreek Hill's also on that offense, I think that deserves mad props. But I don't think anybody's ever going to be like, oh, this is going to be the last year. Like, let's move. I think he will retire on people's dynasty rosters. I don't think he's a movable piece. And people always say like, oh, you got to be able to move everybody. But I think at some point, nobody's going to be selling him for cheap because of his age. So I think he'll probably lay his fantasy football career to rest on the teams that he's on right now.
Yeah, I mean, the saying's always age is just a number. And when it comes to Travis Kelce, it's showing zero signs of slowing down. I mean, how many games has he missed through injury? It's zero. Since his rookie season, the only games he's missed is when he's sat out that last week of the season because the Chiefs have got that luxury of being able to sit him. So showing no signs of slowing down, 32, it's just a number. I agree with Trey. I think he's he's got another few years in him still to be the tight end one in Dynasty.
I think
Remember when he did that show to find a wife? That was goofy shit.
The Bachelor.
that was goofy, but he could do that. He's Travis Kelce. He can do what he wants.
He shouldn't need a TV show to find a girlfriend. If you're Travis Kelce.
He doesn't need it.
Sorry.
He just wanted to get paid. He didn't need it. He just wanted extra, something on the side. But anyway.
Yeah, the last thing for me on Kelce is just the fact that he's definitely going to be the tight end one this season for me. And then after that, it's up in the air. He's a little bit like a Derrick Henry or a Julio Jones, where they're coming to the end. You've got that nostalgia feeling that they've done it for you for so long. You're not going to be able to get the value for him. You're riding him into the sunset like Donkey Kong.
Like Donkey Kong.
So joke to finish it.
No, I'm just. If you get the joke, it's because he did a Donkey Kong celebration a few years back. But it's it might be lost. We're all tired anyway. So
it was a nice try, though.
Yeah. Right, that's it then. Let's finish it. We just want to thank both of you for coming on and being the finale, the main event, I guess, for the charity streamathon. So really appreciate you both coming on. Tell us a little bit more what you've got planned and where we can find you.
Sure. Linda, you go.
God, I suck at this part. I should really write a script. You can find me on Twitter at Lindellians. I do podcasts with Troy and John Bauer and Mitch Sorensen at Fantasy Football _confidential on Twitter and Instagram. We go live Wednesdays at 9 Eastern. And then I do my rankings are on Dynasty Rewind on our Patreon. I write for at FFSQC on Twitter. It's for fantasy's sake. I do the Speakeasy and I do I'm out at Dynasty Sons. And then on Mondays, I hang out with a couple of my buddies that I met through Scott Fishbowl at Fantasy Besties on Twitter. And I'm running a kicker league that you should scour my Twitter for and sign up for. Okay,
well, there's no wonder you struggle, Linda, to do this part because Jesus, you're everywhere.
Yeah, she
I should make a script.
Absolute grinder, love it.
So you guys can find me, Troy King. You can find me at T King Mode on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. I don't do as much fancy stuff on Instagram. I am on TikTok. I'm trying to get better on the TikTok. I'm a contributor to Football Guys. You can find my articles there. So I have like one solo article, but I've mainly been doing a lot of collab articles with other members of the staff, as well as my rankings. My redraft rankings are for PPR and non-PPR on the site right now. So you can check it out. I know it's early. I'm going to be updating them regularly. So you can find them there. What else to do? Okay. So I also am one of the co-hosts of the Mailbag Show. So we just got a Mailbag Show with me and Dave Kluge. That's also on Football Guys. So that's going to be on Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So after you check that out, then you can check out us on Fantasy Football Confidential at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as well as I am one of the co-hosts of Superpower Beatdown. It's a new show I'm doing with Laquan Jones and Marcus Grant from the NFL Network. It's about like comic books. So it's about like comic books in terms of like Marvel, DC. We're also going to be doing anime. So our first episode was actually this past Thursday. So it's going to be bi-weekly, Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We do like a tier show, and then we're going to be doing like a bracket in terms like matching up like Marvel superheroes and villains. So it's just about fun. It's a step away from fantasy. So I think I hit everything. But yeah, that's what I do. So y'all check me out. I appreciate everybody who's been supporting us.
Yeah, we love that. Thank you for coming on, and we'll let you get off, and we'll wrap up the charity streamathon. So just thanks for coming on, and appreciate you being the main event and finalizing the last part of the show. Cheers.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for inviting us. Get some damn sleep, man. Y'all have a good
night. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot, guys.
Well, Matt, we've got 1 minute to go, so it's the end of the charity streamathon. Thank you so much for your support throughout the day. We have hit our target of £1,000. We've actually raised £1,076. So just big thank you to anyone that's donated. There's still time to donate as well. We're going to keep it up till the 1st of June. So you've got another week and a couple of days to donate to this fantastic cause for Mind Charity. A massive thank you to all of our guests over the last 16 hours as well. It's been amazing to chat to so many respected and talented people. Also, thank you to Ali, who's been co-hosting throughout the show today as well. So, yeah, www.justgiving.com/fundraising/Fantasy Wildcard if you do want to do a further donation. And just, yeah, thank you for listening. Hope you enjoyed the show. Really appreciate it. 10 seconds, Matt. What's your thoughts?
It's been fantastic, hasn't it? I mean, we've struggled with sleep, but yeah, brilliant for a great cause. And thanks to everyone that's donated.
Legend.
See you later.
Hey, we've gone beyond. Woo! I can say another line here. I'll just finish.
Let's keep going. Let's keep it going. We've got 4 people watching us. This is it. We're freestyling now.
Yeah, I'll just leave you with this then. When you have the wild card, you have the power to change the game.